Toucher and Hardy, Zolak and Bertrand, Felger and Maz, Joe Murray. For Boston sports fans, it's 98.5, the Sports Hub. Paisley Media Group Station. Essential Sports Hub headline, presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
The Red Sox play their final game before the All-Star break this afternoon, hosting the Rays at Fenway Park. They'll be going for their 10th win in a row, with Brian Bayo getting the start. The lineup behind him: Jaron Duran in left field, Alex Bregman at third, Roman Anthony in right, Masataka Yoshida, the designated hitter, Trevor Story, the shortstop, Ceddanne Rafaela in center field, Marcelo Mayer at second base, Romy Gonzalez at first base, and Connor Wong catching. Yesterday, the Red Sox extended their winning streak with a 1-0 win behind a complete game shutout from Garrett Crochet. Celtics Summer League action continues today. They'll take on the Knicks at 5:30. The New England Revolution played Austin FC to a 0-0 draw yesterday. And in the Wimbledon men's final today, Yannick Sinner takes on Carlos Alcaraz. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Veterinary Urgent Care Center with 8 locations in Massachusetts and Rhode Island. VUCC offers compassionate, convenient, and high-quality care 7 days a week. Walk in or book an appointment at veturgentcare.com. Veterinary Urgent Care Center. Urgent care for your pet's urgent needs. I'm Alex Barth on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 11 o'clock.
No matter where you go, you're always connected to Boston sports with the 98.5 The Sports Hub app. Download it wherever you get your apps today. The Bruins, the Celtics, the Patriots, the Sox, the Revs, and you. We're Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Garrett Crochet, 9-4, 2.39 ERA. In there for strike 3. Down he goes. Back-to-back sweepers for the strikeouts. Fastball gets by him at 98. He strikes out.
Like Alex Bregman and doing an amazing job as the ace of the Red Sox.
Just struck out Caballero on 3 pitches. Swing and a miss, 97 to put him away. Once again they go in order. Fastball 99, something extra for the All-Star. And there it is, in there for strike 3. 98, pours in the heater. He strikes out 2 more here in the 7th. Swing and a miss to put him away with that nasty sweeper. In there, strike 3. Right on the edge. Number 9. Line to the right, Abreu there. Ball game. Red Sox win it 9 in a row. Exactly 100 pitches. For the All-Star left-hander, he goes all the way. The first time in his career, he tosses a complete game.
The Boston Red Sox are fun, dare I say it. It's Alex Barth and Matt Dolloff with you for the next 4 hours on the Sports Hub. A little website takeover. Jeff Williams behind the glass. What's up, Dolph?
What's up, Barth?
What's going on?
We're in good hands with Jeff today. I feel good about it.
Always love working with Jeff, and I among other things. The tunes are going to be on point. The rejoin music's going to be excellent. I always look forward to seeing what he drops on us.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to that as well.
So we'll get some of that, but you heard coming back, wanted to open with some of the calls from yesterday. And what I want to start with is not the performance by Garrett Crochet. We are going to get to that because it was awesome. But I actually want to open with the performance of Fenway Park and the fans themselves. That was the Tampa Bay Rays in here. It's not the Mets with a bunch of New Yorkers coming up. It's not the Phillies where you see a bunch of Phillies fans in the crowd. Like, that's not a fan base that travels well. That's not a fan base that shows up well at its home ballpark. Yet that place was banged out. Those shots they were showing in the 9th inning, panning around the ballpark, every single seat filled. Well, not filled because everybody on their feet. I don't remember the last time Fenway Park had juice like that. I got a little bit of chills watching the end of that. And look, I know it's a regular season game. I get that. But when you look at the totality of what the Red Sox have been since 2018, it's been a while since we've had those kind of moments. They have been few and far between. And look, they're still just the second wild card team. They got a tough stretch coming out of the All-Star break. I know we will get to all of that. But just for a minute, you have to let me enjoy that. This town will still fully embrace this team when this team embraces itself, and when it's not just a churn and burn money-making operation getting by with minimum payroll, and when they actually care about putting a product on the field. The kids are up. You had your big money ace out there on the mound. Divisional game. Bregman's back. That's another big signing. And the juice was back. The passion was back at Fenway Park yesterday. It's been back this weekend. I'm sure it's going to be an awesome game today. I was actually a little disappointed this morning because I thought they were playing at 4, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll head down to Fenway after the show. That'll be fun. Nope, 1 o'clock.
Stuck with me, Barth.
Still happy to be here with you, Dolph. We'll have to keep the energy up here in the studio, but
I apologize in advance.
you didn't make the schedule. It's not your fault. It's another thing I will blame, Major League Baseball for, and there's a long list there, so we'll throw it on the end of that. But oh, man, this team's fun. I'm having fun watching Red Sox baseball. It's been a minute since I felt like I could say that. My brother was texting me after the game. I was texting my brother and my dad, and like, when was the last... This was actually before the Crochet game. This was after the Rafaela home run. Like, when's the last time we had a moment like that? And in 20... remember Mookie Betts, I think in 18, had that walk-off grand slam against the Blue Jays?
Yes, yeah.
So, and that's going back now, 6-7 years? So we'll see where this ultimately ends up. I still don't think that they're a World Series team, but if they can give us more games like this, and they don't have to win every game from here on out, but if they can continue to play this kind of baseball and get us a playoff series or two in Boston in October, from where we were, I think it was less than a month ago when they traded Rafael Devers, that'd be a great surprise.
Yeah, look, it's fun to win, right? And so a 9-game winning streak going for 10, that's fun in and of itself, regardless of how it looks or how it feels or whatever.
Well, but I do think the way they're winning is fun too.
I was going to say, yeah,
fun baseball game.
I would take a boring team that wins, but this team is young, exciting. Yeah. They got a lot of exciting young players. Ceddanne Rafael, usually known for his defense, apparently he might be just a clutch hitter, a guy that can step up in the big moments. Obviously it's been a buzzy weekend, even not just last night, not just the night before with the walk-off. The night before where Rafael also had the go-ahead hit, and Marcelo Meyer tied the game with that comeback. So, yeah, it's been an exciting weekend. It feels like it has been as much buzz since that World Series year, Barth, because you got 2019, they took a step back. They had the scandal, and Cora was gone for that year. And then obviously you had the pandemic, and that obviously soured pretty much any team that didn't win the championship. It pretty much soured everything. Even that 2021 year where, look, I wouldn't say that wasn't fun. They made it to the ALCS that year, but we were still kind of in the middle of the pandemic, and I don't think people really believed. It feels like if this team keeps winning, they go into the All-Star break on a 10-game win streak, you might start to believe. And so we're now, almost a month removed from the Rafael Devers trade. Obviously a very controversial move. I still wish that they didn't, make the move with the purpose of getting rid of the contract. I wish they got some players back. But I think it's clear the effect of removing all that drama from the clubhouse is sort of helping. I don't know that they're going to have as much pop as you want for a team to, make a real playoff run or be a top contender. They probably need guys like Roman Anthony and Marcelo Meyer to keep taking steps forward and become those new power bats in the middle of the lineup.
The trade deadline, and we'll get to that. But
yeah, and they could make a big move at the trade deadline. We'll see how that goes. But the way they're playing right now, they're even cutting back on the stupid stuff. Like we saw some of that on the road trip in Washington. I think Washington's just such a bad team that the Red Sox could get away with that stuff. But yesterday, did you see the play at the plate with Abraham Toro?
Yeah, just showing it on SportsCenter here. Is that the suicide squeeze?
The suicide squeeze.
Great
he throws him out at home to preserve a 1-0 lead. That was a massive play, and I wouldn't have expected this team to make that kind of heads-up defensive play the way that they've been playing such sloppy, stupid baseball for a lot of the year. But the way they're playing right now, obviously they're on the winning streak. They're getting pitching, timely hitting. Now they're making defensive plays. The buzz is growing, and I don't fault anyone for getting a little excited the way it's going right now.
You mentioned the buzz in talking about the Devers trade, which was a salary dump and all of that. I was on last week with George Bilecki, who works for Nesson, is from New Jersey. He got here, I think he said, in 2022. So he just missed that ALCS run in 21.
Just in time for Matt Patricia.
We actually were talking about that. I'm not kidding. That was brought up. But he was talking about how he hears about how there's this buzz and it's kind of different when the Red Sox are good and he hadn't seen it.
Yeah.
We got a ways to go, but it is kind of feeling like that. And I hope ownership takes note of, yes, I know Fenway Park is essentially a museum and you can just make money on it by default because tourists will come. But when stewards of the Boston Red Sox, this great franchise, it feels like there should be more responsibility with that. And you see the city shows up when the team is good. And there's more opportunities when the team is good. I would also bet that game yesterday did a monster number on Nesson. Even for like a nice Saturday afternoon, I was out, I was playing golf. I got home at like 4:30, so I missed like the first inning, but I sat down, I made a point. I wanted to watch that thing because they had the great win Friday night. Garrett Crochet's on the mound. That was as appointment viewing, I think, as you get for regular season baseball. So I just hope ownership sees that and the front office sees that and sees what Fenway was this weekend. And yeah, let's go all in. Let's not all in, but let's buy at the deadline. Let's build this team up. One playoff appearance in 7 years for this franchise is not acceptable. That's not a hot take. I know that's been talked to death, but I think this weekend is a great example of why. Because this franchise being good is good for the city and it's good for the sport. And I think that that's something that ownership needs to embrace more than they have.
Yeah, look, I know you were probably just barely old enough to appreciate like the 03, 04
Oh, no, I
seasons.
fully remember those, yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah,
I was 10 years old in 04.
Right. So you were just sort of coming into your own as a sports fan.
03 was like the first. So I was alive for the 96 Super Bowl against the Packers, but I don't remember that.
Exactly.
So
right.
03 was the first, because I'd seen the Patriots win 2 Super Bowls, and then 03 was the first time I was like, what do you mean my team doesn't always win?
Right,
like
exactly.
That was my
You're like born squarely in the time of like all you knew was winning for the first like whatever how many years.
Pretty much.
Yeah, but the point is though, like you got to go all the way back to that 03, 04 Red Sox. Like there's nothing like that with the buzz and Fenway and the crowd on their feet.
Even 18 was fun. 18 was great.
18 was fun, but that was relatively drama free. They went wire to wire those years.
Yeah.
I look at 04 because they had to make that comeback, and they still hadn't won in 86 years. And no, I know this isn't exactly an 86-year drought, but it feels like since 2018, like other than that one good year, it feels like they've been so far away from even being in the conversation as far as even making a run in the playoffs. Right. And I don't know how much of a run they could make if they get into the playoffs, but they're in right now, aren't they? They're in the wild card.
I think they're the
Rays.
Second wild card.
Yeah, they're in the second one, but so they're in one of the spots.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they blew by the Rays to take over that spot, and hopefully they can hold on to it, getting that 10th straight win today.
Not only are they second wild card, Dolloff, dare I bring up, you tell me if this is premature.
Oh boy.
They're 4 games back in the division.
Oh my.
That's it. 4 back in the division.
I saw that.
Maybe it's too early. Maybe it's too early to talk about that, but I'll just bring that up.
Maybe a little early, which we can get to because their schedule out of the break is tough.
They've also, the crazy thing is, they're 9-1 in their last 10. In that span, they've picked up exactly 1 game on the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays have been on an insane heater as well.
Right. And the Blue Jays are in the way as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, like just the buzz from this week because watching them beat the Nationals and the Rockies, it's like the worst teams in baseball. We'll see.
The Rays
Let's see it against
a
the real
little more weight.
Carries a lot more weight, like trying to pass them in the wild card and all that. Yeah. So I think a lot of the fans that went to Fenway, I think they knew what was at stake.
That's a good point.
I think that's why there was a bit of a different energy in the ballpark this weekend.
That's what happens when you don't have tourists in there. When you have people who follow the team who care, and people are following the team and they care because the team's giving them a reason to care, and that's important. And now the question is, will the team continue to give them a reason to care when it comes to the trade deadline? I want to get to that because there might be a little tightrope walking here coming up for Chaim Bloom. I want to talk about that, and we'll talk about
Craig Breslow.
Craig Breslow.
Good God, don't bring us back to that time.
Yeah, it's still 10 a.m. For Craig Breslow, you mentioned the tough stretch they have out of the All-Star break. I want to get to that as well. You want to talk Red Sox? We have some other stuff on the docket here today. We're going to get into some Bruins because Matt's here, and he always has good Bruins takes. Training camp's right around the corner. Surprise, surprise. So we'll get to a little Patriots. There's also one Celtics take I want to get to, but like I said, the Red Sox are buzzy right now, and that's fun. And I love talking baseball. So I want to talk Red Sox as much as you guys want to talk Red Sox. 617-779-0985. You're on your way to the game. You want to give us a call. What do you think of this Red Sox team? But yeah, I want to get to the trade deadline next because we have the All-Star break, and then the trade deadline is the next big event on the calendar. We'll get to that. It's Alex Barth and Matt Dolloff on the Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5.
focused on adding new, exciting talent to the organization, and then coming out of the draft, it'll pick up in earnest, and we'll get more serious engagement. We're kind of creating our own hurdles as an industry, in that teams understand that you very rarely get trades executed until you get right up against the deadline, and you never get a team's best offer until right up against the deadline. And so, as much as we try to be aggressive and push teams, it's just really difficult to overcome.
All right, well, now it's time to find out. Are the Red Sox going to follow through? They talked about added flexibility. It's Alex Barth and Matt Dolloff. They talked about, after the Rafael Devers trade, having this flexibility, having more opportunities, not waving the white flag. Well, here we are. Teams in the second wild card spot, 2 games back of the top wild card spot, 4 games out of the division. They're absolutely rolling heading into the All-Star break. They've won 9 in a row. We'll go for 10 this afternoon. This is the kind of team you invest in. This is the kind of team you add to, you buy, and there are obvious needs to buy. The biggest one to me, right-handed hitting bat, right-handed hitting power bat, ideally a first baseman. They could use another starter, especially after the Hunter Dobbins injury, and that was towards ACL, right? That's been put out there.
Yeah, I believe that's confirmed.
So he's done for the year, which sucks because he's a solid rookie season, fun player to watch, fiery competitor. Hopefully he's back next year, but doesn't help them down the stretch right now. As is the case with pretty much any team this time of year, you could use another arm in the bullpen. So there are obvious places where they could add, but do we trust them to do it, and how are they going to do it? Because the pipeline's kind of dried up when you talk about prospects. The big 3, well, 2 of the big 3 are up. You're not selling low on Christian Campbell, so those guys are off. Their top prospects after that, Peyton Toll, I don't know that they're trading a pitcher at this point. And it's kind of a drop-off. I still can't figure this name out, the password, which is, by the way, like a great nickname.
Joe Stinson Garcia.
Joe Stinson Garcia would probably be the best candidate to be dealt, but he's also a right-handed hitting power bat. You need one of those long-term. So do they buy by selling? And I wrote about this on 985thesportshub.com on Friday if you want to check it out.
Explain, Barth.
So even though the Red Sox are on this run, you're still hearing these rumblings about the interest in Aroldis Chapman and the interest in Jarren Duran. And you're obviously, let me start here. They cannot trade either of those players for prospects. You cannot do it. That is a sell. That is an outright sell. That is making the major league roster worse. You cannot do that with a team that is surging like this. You can kill all the momentum. Even with Duran, even if there's a log jam behind him, you can't do it. Now, could they do what Felger calls a hockey trade? Because they do objectively have too many outfielders, especially left-handed hitting outfielders. In the lineup today, I had it here a second ago, no Wilyer Abreu today. He'll be the one that sits. They've kind of been rotating between him, Anthony, Duran, and Rafaela. And those guys have kind of rotated sitting day in and day out. And then they have, obviously, when you face lefties, Rob Refsnyder as well. Could you trade Duran for that right-handed bat, for a first baseman, for another pitcher? And then this was something that was proposed by The Athletic. Chapman probably has the most value of anybody, given what closers go for during the deadline. Could you flip Chapman for that guy and then flip Duran for a closer? I don't know that I love that, mainly because we've seen the Red Sox trip and fall over themselves trying to do these weird acrobatics at the deadline before. They did it in 2022 when they traded Christian Vasquez and then still bought around that. But that might be, that plan might have the highest ceiling. The question is, do you trust Craig Breslow to pull that off?
I can't say I trust Craig Breslow to pull off that kind of maneuvering, right?
Those sorts of acrobatics.
Right, exactly. Nine wins in a row. Say they win 10 games in a row, they come back from the All-Star break, and they still play well. And not that they just rip off 20 wins in a row, but they play reasonably well against a tough slate of opponents.
They're playing above 500 baseball.
They're still above 500. They're in it, and it's worth buying. Like, I don't want him. Certainly don't subtract. Like you said, don't don't just trade Durant away for a bunch of prospects.
No, there need to be major league players coming back.
Please get a major league player coming back. But I would not trust him to trade Aroldis Chapman, who, by the way, has cut his walks in half, having one of the best seasons of his career.
He is, quick side note here, he's an absolute, physical freak. These guys that throw 102, 103 regularly, they're usually out of the league by the time they're 27, 28 years old because their arms fall off. Aroldis Chapman is 37. He's still, or they reinvent themselves and they become these finesse pitchers and they don't throw as hard.
Right.
Aroldis Chapman is 37. He's still throwing as hard as he's ever thrown, and he's really never missed a significant amount of games in his entire career. Missed a little bit of time in 2022. Outside of that, he's basically, since his rookie year, pitched at least 55 games every year. He is a bionic arm. And I'm not talking about him as I know there's other things there about him off the field, but just as a baseball player, as a specimen, it's unbelievable.
He's as dependable and as available as anyone who's pitched in the major leagues over the last 10, 15 years. And just what I was saying is just what stands out about him is how efficient he's been this year. He's throwing strikes at one of the highest rates of his career. I just can't believe that you would switch that out for someone else, even if it's another good closer. Like Jim Bowden at The Athletic suggested within the same article, two different parts, trade Jarren Duran to Cleveland for their closer, Emmanuel Clace, who has led the league in saves the last 3 years in a row. So he's a good closer.
I honestly, there's other parts to this that would have to work out, right? He also has 4 years of team control, and he's 27 years old.
Duran? Yeah.
No. Clace.
Oh, Clace, sorry.
Yeah, he's 27 years old, and he's got multiple years of team control left versus Chapman, who's 37 and is on a 1-year deal. If you really got a big turn, I don't know, because I just said it has to be about this year. But he's a great closer too.
Yeah. Well, I guess to my point is that Duran is also under a few more years of team control. So if you just made a 1-for-1 swap there, in a vacuum, I get it. But then in that same article, Jim Bowden he suggests trading Aroldis Chapman to Detroit. Detroit, are they going to trade you back a major league player? They're trying to win the World Series this year. They're probably going to want to spin off prospects, and you might be able to get good prospects, but you're just going to take Aroldis Chapman out of the equation the way he's pitching this year? I would not be on board with that move at all. I don't want him to retool, mess with something that's working right now. Just add. And we can debate about how much they add, whether they make the right moves, whether they added enough, but please don't subtract and don't tinker. Just add someone. And I know you mentioned the prospect pool is starting to dry up.
Yeah.
It's fine. I think that's fine. You get to the trade deadline, you don't have to give up all your top prospects. You can probably get away. Well,
I don't know that you're getting a lot for most of the top prospects that are left if we're taking out the big three.
Well, that's what if they trade, a decent I don't even consider those guys prospects anymore, honestly. They're major leaguers now.
Yeah.
You're available guys that are in the minor league prospects, whatever guys you just drafted, maybe the guys they just got in the Devers trade, like James Tibbs seems like a decent prospect.
There's another left-handed hitting outfielder.
If you could spin them off, I honestly don't care if it's a lefty or right. I know they could use a righty, but just add power. They've been rumored or they're mentioned as a fit for Josh Naylor, who's the first baseman in Arizona.
Yeah.
And he's on a 1-year deal. He's a lefty, but he's got more than enough power to put him into this lineup for sure, and he could play first base. They're not going to have to have a revolving door or put guys there that don't know how to play the position. He would fit there. If you want a right-handed bat suggestion, Taylor Ward, who plays for the Angels, but he's an outfielder. So
I think he's played first.
I think he's played a little bit of first in his career, maybe a tiny bit, but he's mostly played outfield. But legitimate right-handed power hitting outfielder, and I don't know that you would have to give up a ton to get him. So figure out what you can with the prospects that you have. If you have to package 4 or 5 of them together like a Dave Dombrowski special to get the one guy, please just invest. You said the word invest, that's the perfect word. Just invest in this team. This is not a team to divest. This is not a team to subtract or sell or think about the future. And look, nobody's telling them to go completely all in. I don't know that this is an all-in type team just yet. Maybe in a couple years you'll be in an all-in type of situation, but please add a starter, add a power hitter, for somewhere in the middle of the lineup, and that will make people feel even better. The buzz will continue to grow.
By the way, Taylor Ward, 3 games in his career at first base, started none of them. They were all, he got moved there later.
Yeah, no, he's a corner outfielder, but if you want to try to teach him how to play first, mix him in at DH. I think it's removing Duran from the equation. I think that would really help.
It opens things up, but I'm with you. Just get something for him. But and the A's are still in it. This is the other thing that just sucks about the extra wild card spot. Like, there's been rumors about the Red Sox and Brent Rooker for a long time, who would be a great. Oh wow, no, the A's have been slipping. They're no longer in it.
Luis Severino, the guy I wouldn't mind them getting.
Well, so I was going to say, if you get Rooker, but I guess it's going to be tougher to trade them MLB talent. It's a tightrope because they don't have, unless they want to part with Campbell and you're not selling low on him, you don't have the prospects to reel in the big fish. So you have to borrow from the major league roster if you want to make a true splash, but you also don't want to subtract from the major league roster. So you really have to go all in. And that's where, I think, it might make. And I like Jarren Duran. I do. I think he's a good player. But they kind of have their outfield sort of set. And the other thing is, I guess, let me ask you this. What if they come out of the All-Star break, they're still playing well, but Rafaela cools off because he's been super streaky? Does that change the equation for you at all?
If just Rafaela cools off?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so, because I'm not depending on Rafaela to be like a supreme hitter in the middle of the order coming up big every single game. Like, it's nice that he hit that walk-off home run. Maybe he is a guy that rises up in the big moments, but he's more about defense than hitting. I think either way you're going to need pop, whether he's still hitting or not.
We've also talked about, can the Red Sox continue to win coming out of the deadline, which is not going to be the easiest thing given their schedule. I want to touch on that. We'll do that next. It's Alex Barth and Matt Dolloff on the Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5.
It's Alex Barth and Matt Dolloff back with you, talking Red Sox. You want to join us, 617-779-0985. I teased that I want to get to the Red Sox stretch coming off the All-Star break, but I'm going to, Dolph, you'll let me kind of bridge these last two topics we just discussed here.
Yes, I will indulge you.
So this is just a general trade deadline take I have. I have this across all sports. Everybody points to the trade deadline day as like the day, right? That's the day you make moves. What do you want the Red Sox to do at the deadline? What do you want them to do on July 31st? Maybe July 30th, right? If you're a team, especially a team that's more in the position of playing catch-up, like the Red Sox are. They're in the second wild card. It's a close race. They're still, 4 games out in the division. Don't wait till the deadline. It bugs me that the idea is like, all right, we're just going to wait till like right there and make a move. We're going to see how things pan out. No. If you're a team playing catch, I think the teams that get early to the deadline have an advantage from a buying point of view. Seller, you want to wait. You want to wait as long as possible. Buying teams, I think, I'd be looking now. I'd be looking now to make a move during the break, just out of the break. I think we're in the window where it makes the most sense for the Red Sox to make a move. Couple of reasons. One, if you're among the first teams buying, you're setting the market. You don't have to pay the price set by other teams. It's going to be more beneficial as a buyer to buy early. And two, you need the help, and those players are going to be here to help you more. If you make the trade now, let's say the trade for a starting pitcher, right? If you make the trade now versus July 31st, that's what, 2-3 more starts you're going to get? You get another, 100 at-bats if you get a hitter? And that's beneficial. And then people say, well, what if it doesn't work out? What if it bottoms out? The Braves did this a couple years ago. I think it was like late June. They traded for a starting pitcher. They fell apart. You know what they did at the deadline? They traded him away. They cut their losses. They got a return back for him. So I would like to see, and no teams ever do this. I don't know why they don't. It doesn't happen. But I don't know. Maybe this year's the year. I would like to see Craig Breslow get aggressive, make that move sooner rather than later. Truly milk all you can out of this deadline window. And I say that especially because when you look at who they face between now and the deadline, they come out of the break, they're at the Cubs, they're then at the Phillies, they host the Dodgers, and then it's deadline week. So you face the first place team in all 3 National League divisions between now and the deadline. I don't know about you, Matt. Boy, would I like to have a little extra help for those games, personally. So I'd like to see the Red Sox get aggressive now. Don't wait for that stretch, because odds are that stretch is not going to go as good as this last stretch has gone. The opponents are just better. Get some extra help instead of waiting for that stretch and then getting to the deadline and being like, oh, well, we're not as hot anymore. We're not playing as well. You could if you help the team sooner rather than later.
Yeah, who used to do this was Dave Dombrowski. He would get his shopping done early.
Oh, didn't they get Schwarber like super early? Was that one? It
was mid-July. Like if Dave Dombrowski was still here, he might make a trade today. We might have breaking news during the show today.
Love
Mark.
that.
I'd rather us have it than freaking McCarthy. That guy gets all the breaking news when it comes to the Red Sox. But yeah, Dave Dombrowski used to always make the deals early. He would, like you said, he would set the market.
Also, Schwarber wasn't Dombrowski. That's my bad.
Was that post-Dombrowski?
That was post-Dombrowski. That was 21.
That was a Chaim Bloom move?
Yeah, and it was July 29th.
I'm impressed, Chaim. Good job. But yeah, no, Dombrowski is a guy that gets his shopping done early. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the Phillies make, one of their deadline additions between now and, during the All-Star break, call it, whether it's today or whatever. But, yeah, like, I would prefer that they make that move early, especially for a guy like Craig Breslow, an inexperienced GM. I don't want that guy to be really in the weeds of getting all the way down to the deadline when he's trying to buy. Like, I want him to get aggressive and just make a move early. And I don't know that if he makes a move like that early, what are the odds that he gives up too much? Like, I feel like the closer you get to the deadline, the greater the odds that Craig Breslow is going to be held over a barrel. I mentioned Josh Naylor last break, who's the GM of the Diamondbacks, Mike Hazen, former Red Sox guy, experienced guy. I would probably give him the edge in a negotiation against Craig Breslow. But you made a great point about getting the extra at bats, the extra innings, or whatever. That's how a guy like Craig Breslow thinks. Like, they're so obsessed with the freaking
Oh, don't
math.
put that on me.
Like, oh my God, we get to do some extra arithmetic with the home runs and the innings, and yeah, like that's how these guys think. So, like, by that logic, he probably should make a move as soon as possible.
Well, no, because I wonder if he would argue, well, if you wait until close to the deadline, we have more data. And if we have more data, we can make a more informed decision.
It's a game of chicken between whose data you're gathering, whether it's the other team or whether it's your own data. Like, that's what he's doing right now.
But, like,
oh, my God.
And when I say early, I don't mean July 25th. I mean, like, next week. I mean during the break.
Yeah, during the break.
That's what I mean by early. In 2018, they traded for Brandon Phillips on June 27th. June 27th. Not Brandon Phillips. They signed Brandon Phillips around there. They traded for Steve Pearce on June 28th, World Series MVP.
Yeah, that worked out.
And then they traded for Nathan Eovaldi on July 25th. So like a week before the deadline. They had an extra week.
You could say Dave Dombrowski is pretty good at this.
Yes.
You could make that case.
But the point being, again, like I just want to see them get ahead of it instead of waiting until July 31st. And now the prices have gone up. And also, okay, you've gone through this tough stretch. Now maybe you're back closer to 500. So there's more of an opening for the team to not be as aggressive and not spend as much money. And that's what I don't want to see happen.
Look, I put nothing past this club and this front office, this ownership group and everything. They can't watch them go. You know, I think it's 10 games against those division leaders. They can't watch them go like 3-7, 4-6, and just give up and be like, oh, now we got to sell. Here, Tigers, you want Aroldis Chapman? Here, Padres, you want Duran? Give us a bunch of minor leaguers. Like, they can't do that,
right? I don't think they'd outright sell. I do think they would maybe not buy and just stand pat. And maybe like trade Chapman, and that's the only move.
Yeah, so like I was saying before, like just don't sell, don't subtract. Like if they stand pat, that would be disappointing, but if he says we believe in this group we have, we like what we got, and he doesn't tinker, I'm not sure how much credit I'm going to give him for that. But yeah, I would love to see them invest in like a guy like Taylor Ward that I was talking about earlier. It doesn't feel like a guy that would be too expensive. Might become too expensive if you wait too long. If he makes that move while there's no baseball going on, if he sets the market as opposed to waiting until the last minute, then maybe you could get him without having to give up too much, and you can make a solid investment for something you need on your team without subtracting from the major league lineup. That's why I think timing is everything, which I guess is sort of the theme of this break, Barth. But yeah, like I'm completely with you. I would love to see them make a move during the All-Star break. Even like I don't even think like July 25th, whatever day it is. Like if they make a move sometime next week, or right before they get back to action, or during that first series against the Cubs, like that would be ideal. Maybe they make a move prior to that Dodgers series when they're flying back to Boston, and that guy can join them in the home ballpark. Like that would be ideal. Timing is everything, but like I hope we're not giving Breslow too much credit for a perfectly timed deal. It's just you don't know what to expect from this guy. He's only in his second season as GM. He had a good offseason, but we'll see how he can maneuver at the trade deadline.
So this is what, like, let's say that they struggle coming out of the break and ownership sees it as a window. I think you get something like 2022, which was the most neutral. It was making moves for making moves. They didn't get better. They didn't get worse. It was weird. They traded Jake Diekman for Reese McGuire. They traded Nick Northcutt, who was a minor leaguer, for Tommy Pham. And they traded Christian Vasquez for two prospects, one of who ended up being Willie Abreu, so that worked out, but it did nothing to help the 2022 team. They then traded for Eric Hosmer on an expiring contract and cut Jackie Bradley Jr. It was just shuffling deck chairs. That's all that was. And that's what I worry we'll get. Mike in New Hampshire, though, thinks we may be getting way ahead of ourselves here, Mike.
Well, as fun as this stretch has been, I think them trading Devers for a bag of balls and them going on this sort of tear is the worst case scenario because they're proving analytically that they don't need to spend a ton of money to be competitive. So this is the worst thing that could happen, even though it's fun and it's great for us as fans. They're not going to do anything. I hope they don't because they don't have the team yet. Look at who batted cleanup yesterday. I know Bregman sat, but they had Narvaez batting cleanup. That's not a playoff contending lineup. It just isn't. So they have pieces. I think next year is what they're building for in the years after. I still think that they're in either stand pat or they're not going to sell, but this team is not. Look, I love what they're doing. This team is not going to make a run in the playoffs. They just aren't. But I think next year is what they're going to look for, and I think that's a smart move, but I just think it's the worst combination given where they are right now.
Thanks for calling, Mike. Sorry about the ticking there. The French phone screener is still broken.
One thing I completely agree with Mike is that they're not going to spend money. Forget that. That's out the window. They're gonna save money if anything.
I won't lie. That thought popped into my head yesterday. Like, they're winning after dumping Devers' contract. This is just going to validate them not spending. But
no, it definitely is. Yep.
Narvaez has been a good hitter. They also don't prioritize the cleanup spot. It's a weird nerd thing, but they prioritize 2 and 3.
Yeah,
is where they've been. So you got to look there more.
Because they get more at bats, you see.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's saying they're going to go on this run and win the World Series. But you could still invest in this team, and they can invest long-term. We talked about this before. Emmanuel Clase, the closer for the Cleveland Guardians.
Is it Class A?
It's Class A, yeah.
I said close.
I looked it up. I thought Emmanuel Clase, the closer for the Cleveland Guardians. Multiple years of team control. Aroldis Chapman, as good as he's been, is not a long-term solution. If Jarren Duran is going to be pushed out of a job to begin with, and you can get your closer for the next 3 to 4 years, great. Like you can go out. The other one, Joe Ryan, the pitcher for the Twins, who a lot of people have pointed to as potentially being available, who's been awesome. That's another young guy, multiple years of team control. You're going to have Crochet and him at the top of your rotation for the foreseeable future. That's a real, legitimate, big-time 1-2 punch. That's building for the future as well. But that guy's available now, and the reality is he's only going to get more expensive if you try to trade for him in the offseason or you try to trade for him next year. He's only going to get more expensive. That's not me saying they have to trade for Joe Ryan to have a successful deadline, but to the caller's point, yeah, this year probably is not the year they win it all. I will fully admit that. As fun as this run has been, this team still has fatal flaws. But they're in a position where, to my point of getting ahead of it early, not just for this year, for future years. If you can get a player who's going to help you in 26, 27, 28, and he's available now, and you can get him now because of the way things are set up, do it. Do it. And if it means you're a little better at the end of this year, great. Yes, I get, they're going to be validated trading Devers and now they're going to feel they don't ever have to pay anybody. They were going to feel that way anyway. They could have bottomed out after the Devers trade, and they were still going to feel like they didn't have to pay people.
Yeah, that's not even a consideration for me. Honestly, I'm not even thinking about money. I'm just thinking about adding someone that could just help your ball club on the field. And so, yeah, I really hope that's not as big of a consideration because I think they're closer to win now than they are plan for the future. Anthony's up, Meyer's up, Campbell is down in the minors, but you'd hope that he can come back and he's a little more fully formed next time he comes up. They have Crochet signed long term. Like they can. I'm not saying they're going to win the World Series. I don't think they're. I'm not going to bet on them winning the World Series or anything. But the World Series 2 years ago was 2 wild card teams. Like just get into the wild card, make a push to get in there, and then see what happens. Don't we want to watch this team play in October?
Yes.
Like I'm done with planning. I'm done with they're always so focused on the future. They're so obsessed with the future. Ever since Time Bloom came in, it feels like they're perpetually kicking the can down the road.
It's the South Park episode with George R.R. Martin. The pizzas are here, and they're coming. Jeff perked up at that. They're almost here. They're on their way. That's what we've heard with the kids, right? The big three, they're almost here. And it's like you can't be competitive while you're doing that. You're not going to go from being an 80-win team to winning the World Series 110 games. I know they did that once. That's not sustainable. You can't duplicate that especially if you're not spending money. It was a lot of fun. And part of the reason it was fun is because it was rare. But we've heard the kids, the future. You're the Boston Red Sox. You can contend while you do that.
Yes, no, it's time to start. It looks like they've started to win. I don't think a bad team wins 9 games in a row. Like they're at least going to be, end up a pretty good team here. They're probably going to win in the 80s. But it's time to invest. It's time to make more of a push toward winning, getting into the playoffs, trying to make a run, doing the best you can. And nobody's saying they have to go all in, trade all their prospects. Like, this is the year. It's championship or bust. They're not there yet. But the prospects are here. Garrett Crochet is here. He's here long term. And to your point about trading for Class A, like, I wouldn't mind if they did that, but don't also sell off Aroldis Chapman. Don't switch that.
Well, but what if
do a run with Class A in the 8th, Chapman in the 9th. Chapman can go sign somewhere else next year, and then Class A takes over as your long-term closer. Like, That's making a push. That's investing.
What if somebody will give you like a big time bat for Chapman? What if the Padres would give you, there's been some rumors and this, pipe dream here. Padres are trying to get out of some of that Tatis money. Right.
I mean, if we're talking Fernando Tatis.
If you can get like a legitimate big name bat, I got to see like the biggest names are, but.
So is Trevor Story going to play first? Get rid of Trevor Story, actually.
Well, he's hitting now, despite Matt McCarthy's objections. I'm not trading Chapman, but I have to be blown away. You have to give me a reason to trade Aroldis Chapman. But if you give me a reason, I would trade him.
Right, no, if they trade him for a legit major league bat, like that's not selling. Like that's more of the tinkering, retooling that I don't necessarily want them to do. But, talk about ears perking up. You mentioned Fernando Tatis Jr. Like that's a different story.
Right.
Like I was talking about, more of like a middle tier, a guy that has some pop and can maybe add a little bit to your lineup. But like you're talking about Fernando Tatis, that's a much bigger
So maybe that's a bit much. I'll give you one. ESPN had a list a couple weeks ago of the top players available to trade deadline.
Number 1, Alex Bregman.
That's right. Number 2,
Duran.
Sharon Duran. Sandy Alcantara would be nice. The Marlins are not trading for a closer like that. Freddie Peralta, maybe with the Brewers. I was
going to say, I like Peralta. He could be your number 2 starter, for the next several years if you re-sign him.
So how about, and the Diamondbacks, because you have this Fakakta third wild card spot, the Diamondbacks are not entirely out of it, just slightly under 500. Maybe they go on a little run. What about a guy like Eugenio Suarez? Right-handed hitter, hits for power. He's got 31 home runs already this year, 77 RBIs. He leads the National League.
Isn't he third base or short?
He plays third, but I'm trying to find it here. I believe he's played some first in the past.
Okay.
I don't think he's a shortstop. I think he's just a corner.
But he's probably capable of, if you had to put him at first.
Right. Or you could put him at first. That's the kind, like even him, if you could, and I don't know how realistic it would be for the Diamondbacks to do that. Maybe you'd throw a prospect in, or maybe this is like a 3-team trade where you trade Chapman to somebody who sends a prospect or prospects to Arizona, who sends Suarez to Boston, right? Something like that. Like that's the kind of guy that would interest me tremendously.
Really, it's the first base thing. I think that's top of the list for me. If you can make an upgrade, you get a real starter to upgrade over the Romy Gonzalez, Abraham Toro platoon. Like that would be very palatable.
So maybe that's Naylor.
Naylor's the guy that I like.
Would you move Chapman to get that done if you traded Duran for Clase?
Like I don't love the tinkering aspect of it, but if they get a legit power hitting first baseman, that's a palatable move to me. The pitching thing, like I would love for them to add another starter, but I don't know. Bale's pitching really well. I know Walker Buehler's had a disappointing year, but he had a disappointing regular season last year for the Dodgers, and then he turned it on in the playoffs. Maybe he's a guy that could just turn it on in the playoffs.
Well, that's
another reason why I want them to get to October. I want to see how these guys look.
Well, but that's also part of the reason. Like, I don't think if Duran and Chapman are your two big chips, right? I don't think you need to trade those guys for a starter. They don't need Joe Ryan would be great just because he's such a good player. But if they just get a middle or even back end of the rotation guy, I think that would be enough. They just got to deepen that rotation. They don't need. I would take top end pitching, but if the other options are getting that bat that you desperately need, they can go get a third or fourth starter and be fine. All right, we're well past this. You want to keep going, Red Sox? We're going to start Bruins at 11 o'clock. You want to keep going? Because I want to talk about that Garrett Crochet start yesterday. We'll do that when we come back, plus your call, 617-779-0985. Alex Barth and Matt Dolloff on the Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Fighting over who has to drive to the concerts this summer or the football game? Boston Common Coach offers various pickup locations and provides round-trip transportation to the biggest events around. Tailgate with us or
8-0. Red Sox coming off their 9th straight win. Complete game shutout for Garrett Crochet, the first complete game of his career. And sorry, my computer is freezing here right when the headlines show up. I was hoping to give you the Red Sox lineup. I'm just trying to vamp until I get it on the screen here.
I'm filling with the lineup here.
Bart's filling in for you.
Jaron Duran in left field, Alex Bregman in third base, Roman Anthony in right field, Masataka Yoshida the DH, Trevor Story at shortstop, Ceddanne Rafael in center, Marcelo Meyer at second base, Roman Gonzalez at first base, Connor Juan catching.
All right, tag me back in here, Bart. Celtics take on the Knicks in Summer League action today, 5:30 p.m. Catch that on NBC Sports Boston. Revs 0-0 draw against Austin FC last night, and Browns rookie running back Quinshon Judkins arrested in Fort Lauderdale on Saturday on charges of misdemeanor battery, domestic violence. Did that all off the top of my head, folks.
That was impressive. Good job.
All right, Sports Hub headlines. Brought to you by Valvoline. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit NewEnglandOilChange.com for 15% off your drive-through oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, the official oil change of busy people. I'm Matt Dolloff for 98.5 The Sports Hub, Boston's home for sports. Your next headlines in 1 hour.
New England plays here.
Ball down the right side. It's a separation. Yeah. Touchdown pass. Yes. Perfect dive from Drake May.
98.5 The Sports Hub. In this town, sports happens 24/7. We're Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
All right, second hour here. Alex, Barth, Matt Dolloff, 98.5 The Sports Hub, taking up until 2 o'clock. Been talking mostly Red Sox. Come on, join us, 617-779-0985. Great job, off-the-cuff headlines for Matt Dolloff. What's the computer status update?
Black screen.
Oh, so it's off now.
We're just not here.
We're going to have to go
Still
under
not
the
back,
desk
Barth.
to turn that on.
That's Zoe's computer, so it's probably got smashed up a few times.
Open one too many tabs there.
Jeff Williams behind the glass. Well, so I will take some of the blame for that because I'm an idiot and I think out loud. And so you're like 30 seconds away from the headline. And I decide to go, oh, by the way, the MLB draft is tonight. So now you're scrambling to get that information to put it in.
And that killed the computer.
Which killed the computer, which I very easily could have just like not said and been like after, because I didn't have it in my headline either. Oh, I forgot earlier to do this. We should probably add it. The Red Sox pick 15th and then 33rd. It's the first 3 rounds tonight. But no, I had to, like, as the clock is ticking down, as the bet is playing, hey, don't forget to talk about the draft. So I'll take some blame there as well. We back yet?
I wish I got the Red Sox lineup off the top of my head. That would have been
That would have been. So you did all that, including, like, the Judkins thing you had just looked up. The Summer League, did you even have the time? I think you put the time for the Summer League in there,
Summer League, yep.
That was impressive. You could have done, like, Jaron Duran will lead off. Sometimes if I don't, like, remember the lineup or if I'm shortening, I just do, like, 1 or 2 key players. But that was impressive because I saw the screen. It was stuck on the MLB draft order.
Yeah, I just had to Control-Alt-Delete and just end,
and now you're back.
End the program.
So we don't have to go, because when they turn off, you have to go under the desk to turn them on, and it's a pain to figure out which one's which. Maybe not for everybody, but for me, because I never have to do it, so I can never remember.
Yeah, we're back. I just got to open up all my tabs again.
You're back. So we're
alive.
We'll add to that headline, the MLB draft is tonight. First 3 rounds of 10 are tonight. The Red Sox own picks. 15.
You know, I'm just going to print it out, actually.
There you go.
You can trust paper. And the paper's not going anywhere.
The Red Sox have 15-33. They do not have their second-round pick. They forfeited that because of their free agent signings. They have the 75th pick. That is compensation for Nick Pivetta. 87. Oh, I think I'm past tonight. And 87. That's where it ends tonight. So, I should know that. I'm the draft guy. And I decide like 2 seconds before Dolloff's headline, hey, by the way, mention this. Backseat headlining. Not good. Not good. Not smart. They tell you, like, one of the first things you learn when I took, like, TV and radio classes, even honestly, my TV class I took in high school was don't produce from the host chair. Don't produce from the host chair. That's what they tell you. And
that's why whenever I see Zoe in the hall and I'm like, hey, did you see this story? Oh, you want to program the show now? That's his classic response.
Don't do headlines from the not headline chair. We'll add an addendum to that right before they go on.
The rare dual headlines.
The rare dual. What was there was something a couple years ago where like a headline guy didn't show up. I don't remember who was hosting. I think it was Felger and somebody, and they like went back and forth doing headlines every half hour. It was fun. I do want to get to a little more Red Sox though before we were going to flip over to Bruins, but I do want to talk a little more Red Sox because I want to talk about that game yesterday. Like we've talked a lot, big picture about this winning streak they're on, what that means for the deadline, what the outlook is for the season. Can they keep it up? But I talked a little bit at the top of the show just about what an awesome environment yesterday was at Fenway Park, and it's been a long time since Fenway Park was full, specifically full of Red Sox fans. You didn't have the Mets fans making the trip up. You don't have the Phillies fans making the trip up. The Yankees fans, obviously, I don't know why I'm only naming National League teams. The Blue Jays fans coming out. Like, it's become such a thing at Fenway, but I don't know. I don't have the exact attendance numbers. I'm sorry, Dolph, if I'm slandering the fan base, the truly historic fan base of the Tampa Bay Rays.
Well, I'd look up the attendance, but I don't want to kill my computer again.
Well, not the total. The total number I probably have here. Not the total number was 36,453. But, you'll get Fenway Park still gets big numbers. But half of the fans are tourists from the other team. I just don't think you had 10,000 Rays fans come up from Tampa yesterday to watch the game. 10,000 Rays fans don't go to watch the Rays in Tampa. And I know they're playing elsewhere now, their stadium, in the Hurricane, but when they were at the Trop, you didn't have 10,000 fans going to see the team in Tampa. So it was an awesome environment. It was a throwback environment, and it's fitting to me that it included a throwback starting pitching performance. That's what I remember an ace being when I was growing up. There was no run support against a solid lineup. It didn't matter. He went out there and he shoved. And with the nerds and the pitch counts and all that, now if a starter goes into the seventh, you're like, wow, this is impressive. 9 innings, exactly 100 pitches, 9 strikeouts, 3 hits, no walks. He dominated. That's an ace. That, folks, is an ace. He goes 7 innings more often than not. So, no. That is an ace starting pitcher, what Garrett Crochet did yesterday and what he's done throughout this season.
Absolutely, and that's why it's a little surprising that he came into this season having never pitched more than, I think, 145 in a season.
He'd had some injury issues, so that was part of it.
Injuries and surgery. But I don't know that he's been able to hold up over the course of a full season. I don't know that he's never really had that kind of workload. The White Sox really... I think that year he pitched 145. I think he made it through the season, but he never pitched more than 5 innings. The White Sox would take him out super early. And so I thought that was a great move by the Red Sox to just send him right back out there for the ninth. He feels like a guy that gets stronger at the end of games. Justin Verlander was legendary for that in his prime. He almost throws harder in the ninth inning than he does in the first inning. So we got to see if Crochet can hold up. With the he's going to have the biggest workload of his career because he's already at 129, which leads the league or might lead the major leagues.
Leads the major leagues, yeah.
Leads the majors in innings and starts, but also leads the majors in strikeouts. So that's good. It shows he's a power pitcher and he can still overpower you late in a game. And he's just fun to watch. He's got a unique delivery with that leg kick, and he's just a moose of a man. And so
he's a tank,
and he's got the mentality, he's got the confidence. Yeah, and he comes out of a start. He'll come out of a start even if he gives up 2 runs in 6 innings. He'll be like, no, not my best stuff. That's a guy that you want. He holds himself to a high standard, and he wants the ball, and he goes out there and he shoves, like you said.
Did you see him at the end of the 8th inning yesterday when he came off right down the tunnel? Didn't even look at Alex Cora. And not in a disrespectful way.
Well, no, yeah, that's where you might see the handshakes and okay, he's done.
Or even just look at him is that it? No, he didn't even think that Cora was. He didn't give Cora the opportunity to look at him and try to gauge whether or not he should take him out.
But I think Cora is on the same page with him.
Oh, no, and I think Cora put him back out there. When I say, I don't mean he disrespected Cora by not looking, but it wasn't. He went into that dugout. Zero question that he was going back out for the ninth, and he didn't give anybody else an opportunity to question whether he was going back out for the ninth. The body language, the way he approached that was, I'm not done. He told everybody. It wasn't, I don't think I'm done. It wasn't, do you guys think I'm done? It was, I'm not done. I'm finishing this thing.
And the funny thing was Chapman was warming up in the 8th inning there. It's
Sat down.
He walks right down through the tunnel, and Cora just he probably just looked over the dunk like, no,
Yeah.
guys, let's cut it.
He didn't warm up in the ninth, and they made a good point on the post game.
Chapman just sits right back down.
You don't want to see that if you're a starting pitcher. And Chapman can get up quick. Like, if you really need him, you need him. But you don't want to see it as a starting pitcher. I crunched the numbers here. So last year is Garrett Crochet's only other full season as a starting pitcher. So in 32 starts last year, he averaged 4.5 innings per start. This year, after yesterday, 6.5. He's throwing 2 more innings per outing than he did last year. He's going to pass, and he made 32 starts. He started the full season last year. He's going to pass his innings pitched by the end of July from last season.
Oh, yeah.
He stays on this pace.
And it's not just him, too, but Brian Bayo had a complete game
Bayo's been
recently.
good, yeah. Big start for him today.
Yeah, big start for him today to keep the winning streak going and go into the break on a high note. Lucas Giolito's been pitching well lately. He's an innings eater. Like, I think a big side benefit of this is that they haven't had to dip into the bullpen as much lately because the bullpen is not the deepest part of the club. And
well, that's the other thing. Like, just absolute stones from Crochet. They have to go, and this was because of injury, right? They had to go, I think it was 7 1/3 or 7 2/3 from the bullpen on Friday night. So that group's taxed. So what does Crochet do? We don't need him. Give him the day off. I got this.
Right.
Ace behavior.
Right. You always loved that back in like the days of Pedro and when they had Kurt Schilling and like you coming off a day like
even
that.
John Lester.
John Lester, yep. When you're coming off a long day for the bullpen and it's like, I got this, guys. You just sit there and relax. And so even Chapman didn't have to pitch yesterday, which was great. But yeah, like, and you contrast that with the Rays, Barth, by the way. Was it 3 games ago now where they take their starter out before the start of the 7th inning?
I mean, that's pure math ball down there.
The guy they put in, these are human beings we're dealing with, Rays. And then they put in a guy that like had just flown out there, and obviously he coughs up the lead.
That. They traded from like that morning, right?
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Just go right out there. Just go right out there. It's like,
It'll be fine.
I don't even know. It's like, I don't think he just got fitted for his uniform, and they're having him go out there and protect a 3-1 lead or whatever it was. But yeah, like I love that they're sort of, I don't know that they're sort of thumbing their nose at analytics or like
Brian Baker.
There you go, Baker. Defying the analytics, defying the Red Sox analytics department. I don't know that that's the case, but these guys pitching deep into games, it's like that's what baseball used to be. Call me old-fashioned, but I feel like we've seen enough examples.
Now tell him to get off your lawn, Dolloff. Let's go.
I feel like we've seen enough examples where you just have to have a feel for the game at some point. You got to look at how Garrett Crochet is pitching. It's like if he was doing that for the Tampa Bay Rays, they would have taken him out after 5-6 innings.
Absolutely.
Because of the math. Like
Absolutely.
That's crazy to me. You gotta look at how a guy is performing and say, all right, I think we can stretch it a little bit today. We don't have to strictly adhere to whatever the predetermined equation is.
So maybe, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but maybe credit to Alex Cora here for pushing the right buttons, figuring it out. Do we need to kind of change the way we're talking about Alex Cora? I know we're going to get to Bruins, but you want to talk about Alex Cora real quick?
Sure.
Kind of keep going down that road. We'll get to Alex Cora next. Plus your call, 617-779-0985. It's Alex Barth and Matt Dolloff on the Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Back here on the Sports Hub, Alex Barth and Matt Dolloff with you. Talking Red Sox. You want to join? 617-779-0985. Dolloff brought up a good point going into the break there. That was, it feels like Alex Cora, not just with you mentioned the rotation, but not just the rotation, but also some things he's done with the lineup. It feels like he's been a little more finger on the pulse recently, and it was about a month ago, people were calling for his job, questioning if he was the guy. Look, it's going to take more than a 10-game win streak to fully turn things around. We've talked about how this has turned around for the players. We've talked about how this has turned things around for the front office. Should some people be walking back takes on Alex Cora after this winning streak, Dolph?
Well, I'm wondering what kind of takes you're talking about, that he should be fired. What we were talking about, that was starting to become a conversation, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Early in the season, I didn't think he was going to be fired anyway because he's on that contract.
No, it was never going to happen, but
I go back to trading Rafael Devers. Maybe Alex Cora needed that as much as the clubhouse itself needed it, and as much as Rafael Devers needed to get out of here and get a change of scenery, I guess, if you want to call it that. It feels like he's up to the same old antics out in San Francisco.
Well, he's been struggling. He's not hitting.
Yeah. No, I think it feels like they needed that clean break, but maybe Cora needed that as much as anybody because he was probably struggling to manage that whole thing. He probably wanted to have Devers' back as much as he could because he probably knew, as long as this guy is hitting, if he's happy, if we can keep him on the beam here, he's one of the best left-handed hitters in baseball. And so maybe removing Devers from the equation helped Cora sort of refocus and say, all right, these are the guys I need to focus on now, the guys that I have left. And I think Alex Cora gets sort of a check mark in his favor for the way they're playing fundamentally lately, even just that Rays series.
Yeah.
And there was the report that, the Red Sox don't even coach fundamental baseball anymore, in the minor leagues.
Some evidence of that too, not just the report.
Right. And so the way they were playing such sloppy, dumb baseball, I'm not saying that's completely over, but I looked at Alex Cora, I was like, there's no way Alex Cora doesn't know how to teach basic baseball to these guys.
No, because we've seen them be better with him.
Right. And so I was watching how they play, I was like, this can't be a Cora problem. This has to be something where the way they're being developed and they come up to the majors and Alex Cora's like, wait a minute, I got to teach these guys how to play baseball? That's ridiculous. But maybe that's sort of starting to come together. Maybe they're sort of getting the message. He's getting through to them. He's connecting. They're drama-free now. They don't have to worry about all that back and forth with Devers and all that stuff. Now they can just focus on playing baseball. And so I feel like that's a good, that's probably why they're starting to come together. And I think Alex Cora deserves a little bit of credit for the way they're playing lately, especially that Rays series.
The drama thing you mentioned, it's interesting. Tim Healy, who covers the Red Sox for the Globe, tweeted out these quotes yesterday. I believe this was from postgame. Cora was asked about Crochet, and specifically, you had a lot riding on him in the extension, all of that. How much more has he lived up to expectations? And Cora starts off just talking about, how well he's been pitching, that he's also been speaking with other pitchers and doing that. And he says he's very similar to Bregman in that sense. Him and Walker Buehler, Walker's more experienced. With the contract, and this is Cora again, with the contract, stuff comes with the territory. You have to be that guy. We haven't had a guy like that in a while. We've had some good ones through the years. Now that he is here, he's on the Red Sox. He's doing an amazing job. There's a follow-up question. He, being Crochet, is still a young guy. How rare is that to be the leader when he's 26? Cora, when you sign that line, he wanted to do that. He wanted to be here. He understands what comes with that, and he's been great.
Yeah, that shouldn't be rare to be a leader at 26.
No, but
you're in your prime.
But, again, on a guy signing a big contract, when you sign that line, he wanted to do that. He wanted to be here. He understands what comes with that, and he's been great. And he also mentioned we haven't had one of those guys in a little while.
I see.
Maybe a little, to your point about, is he now just looser because he's not dealing with the Devers stuff? Did he leave us some breadcrumbs in here that maybe that is the case?
Right, and Devers was not a guy that wanted to be a leader. I feel like he was honest about that. I don't think Devers tried to force himself to be a leader. I think he would admit that he's not that type of guy. I just want to swing a bat, and that's fine. But there are added responsibilities that come with signing a contract like that, and especially when you are the anchor of the lineup. And so obviously removing
or
Devers,
the anchor of the rotation.
Or the anchor of the rotation. And so That's why I think they have such a gem in Crochet, and you just got to hope he stays healthy and holds up over the course of the season. He can still pitch, 7-8 complete game shutout like that, like in September, and maybe even into October. Like that would be a massive development for them. And it's like I think the mentality, as much as anything, is why I'm so happy with Garrett Crochet. Is that like for a while it felt like when there were talks about the White Sox contract and like. There was something last year when he was still with the White Sox where he like didn't want to pitch without a new contract. It was something like that where
I think that's what he didn't want to pitch without a new contract.
That's basically what it was, right? And so like that's why I was a little concerned about Crochet when he came here. I was like, is he a guy that's gonna get his money and that's it? I'm happy that I don't need to do anything else. Like, no, it feels like he wants to be the guy here. He wants to take him into October. He wants to win, and so that I think has been as promising a development as anything you see actually on the mound.
I will say I do hope that I'm looking forward to watching him in the second half and be that kind of bulldog in the second half.
Yeah.
But also, well, I don't know. I was going to say, like, they do need to protect him from himself and be careful with his workload. But also, if you're right in the mix and you need to be winning games, you maybe can't afford to be doing that. That's going to be probably one of the biggest challenges for Alex Cord in the second half is how do you manage him where you have this great pitcher, you're in a tight playoff race, you still need to maximize him, but also you have this guy on a long-term contract, you don't want him to blow his arm out when you're in. That's kind of what happened with Chris Sale. They sort of ran him into the ground in 18. It got them a World Series, but it took them a few years and a team change, frankly, to ever be the same again.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, if they end up winning a World Series within the next, 4 or 5 years, call it, you'll take the one World Series.
Right.
But with this young core, the way they're coming up, like, there's potential for something even better than that. Like, building – is all this build-up coming up to just win the one World Series and then you start over? I would hope not. Are you going to be the 90s Florida Marlins? You get your one World Series, then you have your fire sale?
I would hope not.
I'd hope that's not the case.
Or the 03 Florida Marlins who win their one World Series and then have a fire sale.
Exactly.
Thank you for Mike Lowell.
Exactly. And Chris Sale to me is different, A, because he's built differently than Crochet with the wiry build.
Yeah.
And B, because he didn't really have any major injuries before he came to the Red Sox, if I'm not mistaken. Like he was surprisingly durable and like a high inning pitcher when he was in Chicago.
Who, Crochet?
No, Chris Sale.
Okay, I was going to say because Crochet missed time. Yes.
No, yeah, that's why I'm contrasting. Like Chris Sale, I think it wasn't until he got to the Red Sox that the injuries started to really creep in. You hope with Crochet that the major injuries are sort of behind him, because that would be as disappointing as anything. Is if you get into year 2, 3 of this contract. And all of a sudden, he has to have Tommy John in June, and so you lose 2 years basically of Crochet. That's the hope that you hope that doesn't happen. Where the whole back half of that Sale contract was wasted because he couldn't stay healthy, and then he didn't regain his form until he went to another team. That's the one thing you really got to avoid with Crochet.
Yeah, Chris Sale was in the bullpen his first 2 years in Chicago, and then 29 starts, 30, 26, 31, 32. So missed.
People were waiting for his arm to blow up.
I mean, it was clear it was going to happen the way he throws the ball. It was always going to happen.
It took way longer than I think anyone was expecting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was always supposed to be a reliever, and then Chicago was just so desperate for starters, they moved him over there. It was like, okay, he's too good, we can't move him back. But with that delivery, it was always ticking time bomb. Justin and Lynn on the Red Sox. Justin.
Hey. I'm very excited about this Red Sox team right now. I feel like they're pitching better, they're hitting better, they're playing good defense, and I think equaling the opportunity to win games. I want your thoughts.
Thanks for the call, Justin. I missed the end there. That ticking is tough.
Something about they have an opportunity to win a lot of games. He's excited.
If they can come out of the break and what's the record for you? And then I know we got to hit the break here, and I see more calls on the line. 617-779-0985. Maybe now we're getting some people heading over to Fenway for the game. What's the record for you as the Red Sox come out of the break here with this stretch where you're still bought in? So again, the opponents, these are the 3 first-place teams in the National League. They're at the Cubs for 3, at the Phillies for 3, and then they host the Dodgers. And then we'll throw in they have 3 on the road against the Twins, and that will take them up to the deadline. So those 12 games, what do you need to see them do? Or what would their record be where you'd be concerned and maybe you'd think these last 2 weeks have been a fluke?
You said 12 games?
12 games, yeah.
So I'd be concerned if they went like 4-8. You know what I mean?
Okay.
If they go 5-7 in this stretch against really tough teams, it's like that's sort of around what you're expecting. Like you're not expecting them to get to the World Series and beat the Dodgers this year.
Right.
And the Cubs, they're having a great year. They're in first place. The Phillies have been a World Series contender for a few years now. So, like, if you come out of it slightly under 500, like, I'm not going to panic over that. For me, it's about how they look. Like, if they just lapse into all the same base running, defensive mistakes, that sort of stuff, like, that's going to kill them against good teams like the Cubs, Phillies, and Dodgers. But if they can keep playing, they play, like, relatively sharp baseball like they've been doing the last few days against the Rays, like I'd be okay with that. If they lose a couple close games, like I'm not gonna panic because they lost to the Dodgers. You know what I mean? Like for me, it's more about how it looks. But like I'd be really worried and panicked if they're like 4-8, 3-9, because then you're talking about A, are they going to do anything at the deadline, and B, like they sort of fell all the way back down to 500. There's 7 games over 500 now.
Yeah,
and so like if they fall all the way back to 500. In that stretch, then I'd be really disappointed and worried about the rest of the season. But like, just tread water, be competitive. Like that's what I'm looking for.
Real quick, Lenny in Florida. Before you hit the break, Lenny.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. I've been following the Red Sox for a lot of years. I won't go into how long, but anyways, the 3 things that make a team really competitive starts with pitching, defense, and hitting. Now, there's a pitcher coming out of Minnesota that they might be able to get. And I wouldn't mind them trading Jarren Duran for him because I think he would be a real good addition. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks for calling, Lenny. If the Twins will give you Joe Ryan for Jarren Duran, I think you do that and you don't think twice. So Joe Ryan is...
At the risk of opening up another tab here.
Joe Ryan's 29 years old. He just turned 29. He has in 18 starts series, 9-4, 2.72 ERA. He's going to be an all-star. And he still has multiple years of team control left. So this is a guy that looks like a front-end pitcher that is still young. He's got 2 more arbitration years left in 26 and 27. That's your 1-2 punch at the top of your rotation for the foreseeable future. Meanwhile, you don't know where Jarren Duran fits in the lineup. So that's a no-brainer to me. If the Twins will make that trade, I think you make that trade.
Yeah, look, you got 4 starting outfielders right now, right? And Yoshida's a guy you want to put at DH. First base, you got your platoon there. You might want to try like Yoshida there or something. Like you got to figure out that outfield logjam. And if it makes sense that you could trade Jarren Duran for a major leaguer that's going to help you right now, like I think that's almost a no-brainer to pull off that move, especially when Jarren Duran's not part of your long-term plans, which it really looks like he isn't. Just looking at Joe Ryan, I love how he doesn't walk anybody. He's got 23 walks in 109 innings. That's really good.
He's not afraid to put the ball in play. Now that could be scary the way this team is fielded at times. But
to me, it's about coaching more than because I think they have enough talent. To play good defense. Trevor Story's a good fielder. Marcelo Meyer could play the field. Raphael is obviously as good as anybody. So I feel like they have the talent there, and that's why I feel like it might be starting to come together with Cora and just the coaching and getting the fundamentals down. Like I'm not gonna balk at a Joe Ryan trade just because he might not have a great defense behind him. Like just add the guy that's gonna actually make an impact on your rotation.
617-779-0985. We'll get back to the Red Sox in a little bit. I do want to talk some Bruins though with Dolloff. We'll do that next here on the Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
This is Stephen Goulston, owner of Mario's Quality Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Skylights. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because we're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call for a free estimate, 781-344-2420. Visit mariosroofing.com. Mario's Roofing, we won't soak you to keep you warm and dry.
And now, breaking news.
Bruins. That doesn't make any damn sense to me. This is the problem, is that when the Bruins needed to clear cap, when they sent David Backes to Anaheim, they had to attach a first-round pick to it. When they wanted to get out from John Moore, who never played again, they attached a second-round pick to it. Like, they attached an extra pick in the Orlov trade to get rid of Craig Smith. Like, why are you never doing that to other teams? Why are you always paying the premium? And like, even last year, you take on the Korpisalo contract, one of the worst goaltending contracts in hockey at the time, and you don't get anything extra out of it. You know, like you give a division rival a starting goaltender, and then you take their bad starting goalie, and you get a first-round pick out of it. You should have got more. I don't understand. Like, when a team has a need, you got to strike. You got to pounce. Otherwise, I don't need the veteran GM. Oh, we're going to help. Well, don't worry, we'll help you out. Is Edmonton going to help you out down the road, or are you going to have to attach a first-round pick to whatever bad contract you sign?
No, I don't think they're going to help you out.
Right. So stop helping other people out. It's annoying.
That was Ty Anderson from the Bruins trade deadline. So much good stuff from Ty that day. And he continues to give us good stuff alongside Matt Dolloff on the Sports Hub Underground podcast. It's Barth with Dolloff here taking up until 2 o'clock. You want to give us a call, 617-779-0985. We talked about this a little bit on Monday when I had you on, and if people missed that segment, they can go check it out. More Bruins talk on the Sports Hub YouTube channel. I think you guys just put out a new podcast too, right?
Yes.
Late in the week.
New Sports Hub Underground, available wherever you get your podcasts.
That's still relevant?
Yeah, I would say so. We had a lot of follow-up thoughts on the free agency because the one we did one right after free agency, basically the day after, so the wounds were still fresh.
So you did like a dust settling podcast.
We did the dust settling, the rubble. We climbed out of the rubble, and then we gave some follow-up thoughts. We still weren't too happy about it.
I was going to say, as the dust settles, are you feeling any differently about the direction of the Bruins?
I mean, I'm not as apoplectic as Ty was during that show, because at the end of the day, you know, this feels like a bridge year anyway, and I know that Tanner Jeannot signing is the one we can't get past, and it's not because of Tanner Jeannot individually.
Right.
And I know you can point to like how he doesn't score anymore. He hasn't scored. He's barely scored, 20 goals in the last 4 years after scoring 20 goals one of his first years in the league. It's not about Tanner Jeannot individually. It's about what that move represents and the message that it sends, which is that we want Tanner Jeannot to be the identity of the team in the long term. And so that's why I feel like they're making a mistake. I feel like they still need to add skill to this team. And, after the dust settled, as you said, I thought about it more, and it's like, the draft tells us otherwise, that they went all about skill and the most talented player available. James Higgins, William Moore, like those guys, they have more than enough skill. And so I feel like eventually they're going to start sprinkling those guys in. It's just I'll believe it when I see it with this team. They've been saying for like 5 years. They've had guys like Fabian Lysell, Georgi Merkulov, Matthew Poitras the last couple of years. They got to be able to incorporate these guys. And like nobody's saying you need a team full of Matthew Poitras and Fabian Lysell. You don't need a team that's entirely 5'9" guys that all they can do is score, but they don't play defense and they're not tough. And I think you need that toughness. You do need to play.
You don't need exclusively the toughness.
Exactly. That's my point. Is you got to play the 200-foot game. Those are the teams that really win. And look, you might not even make the playoffs with a team that's all offense, like the Buffalo Sabres, all offense, can't keep the puck out of their own net. They suck. Even though they were a top 10 offensive team, they suck because they can't play defense.
Weren't they the only top 10 offensive team that didn't make the playoffs?
Something like that. They score a lot. They got a lot of offensive talent, but they're not tough and they don't play defense, so they miss the playoffs.
That always reminds me of like the Monta Ellis, Andrew Bogut Warriors with Mark Jackson that lost every game 150 to 140.
Like Mike D'Antoni team, or any team with Carmelo Anthony on it.
Yeah.
But to go back to hockey, it's like, I get it. You're not going to be good if you're just all offense. Nobody's saying they need to be that. To be fair to the Bruins, you can probably sneak into the playoffs with a top 10 defensive team, top 10 team in goals allowed. I think that Jeremy Swayman's going to have a big bounce back year, and they're going to be a contender for the William Jennings Trophy, which is the teams that give up the fewest goals. So I think they'll be in the mix for that. I think they're going to be a good defensive team again, because that's what Marco Sturm wants to do. That's what they've invested in. They're going to be hard to play against again. They want to, Don Sweeney said, we want to reestablish that part of it. It's just how far are they going to go with this being, their identity? Are they actually going to sprinkle in these skill guys? Like, they're going to have a big chance to do that over the next couple of years, maybe even next season. They'll still have a couple openings maybe. I just feel like they've clogged the roster with so many bottom six guys. It's like you're telling me that this is what you want to be. I don't know that they want to evolve and add more skill. And like you gotta have both. You gotta be able to play well at both ends of the ice to really win at a high level. They can sneak into the wild card with the team they got right now. And look, I'll take that over what we had last season.
Sure.
If they win more games, even if it's 1-0 and it's it's a slog at times and it's slow and plodding physical type rock fight type hockey, it's like I'll take it if they win and they get into the playoffs and we get some playoff rounds. But do they want to go further than that? Do they want more than that? Are Don Sweeney doing this just to be able to get into the playoffs and sort of preserve themselves? Like, I think it's fair to ask all these questions. Like, they want to be that team with the high floor that can get into the tournament, and then you see what happens. But if you want to reach the ceiling, if you want to blow through that ceiling and get over the top and win the Stanley Cup, you got to be able to put the puck in the net at the offensive end of the ice. And they're not going to have enough of that next year. And so I've accepted that they're going to just be that defensive team, and maybe they can sneak their way into a wild card spot playing that way. And that'll be great to get a playoff round out of what they have. But what's it going to be long term? And right. and what's the catchphrase of the station? We got to do a show today.
Yeah.
Today it doesn't feel great because it doesn't feel like they even want to try to score goals. And nobody's saying they got to be the Buffalo Sabres. Nobody's saying it's going to be all offense. You're not going to get far being a soft team that all you can do is score either. You got to do the 200-foot thing. You got to play the two-way game. And I know they want that. I think they want their forwards to be able to play a two-way game. But are they going to put in these skill guys before they really have that fully formed two-way game? Are they going to play a guy who's just all skill? You can get away with having a player or two that scores, but he's not the best defensive player. If you have that foundation of goaltending and defense, you can get away with a guy who's just all skill. You got to have it at some point. You got to be able to mix it in, have that sort of complementary lineup. And I'll believe it when I see it with Don Sweeney and Marco Sturm and the way they've built this team.
Well, you mentioned it being a bridge year and then maybe blocking some of those younger guys. To me, bridge year, you look at what the Celtics are going to do this year. They're going to create a lot of opportunities for younger players to kind of see, all right, this isn't the best team we're ever going to put out there. So let's put some of these younger guys out there and see what we have. The Bruins are going to do a bridge year, but it seems like they're going to do a bridge year without the development of the younger players. And that's what concerns me. I understand, they were not going to contend for a cup this year, regardless of what they did in the offseason. They were 2-3 years away, realistically. Well, to what we talked about with the Red Sox before. Well, the future's coming. Minton's coming and Hagens is coming. They'll be here. I know Hagens is not going to play this year. He's going to be in BC, and that, based on the people I trust, saying that's the right move, I'll believe that's the right move. But some of these other young guys, let's see what they can do. So you go into next offseason, if this is a bridge year, you go into next offseason knowing, okay, well, Minton gives us a center, so we're good there, right? Or I know we've kind of written off Fabian Lysell, but just as an example of a name I have on my, all right, Fabian Lysell, he can handle this role. So we know we have that filled. We have this on defense, so they have no young defenseman. It would be nice, and I don't know how realistic it is, but it would be nice to see some of these younger guys out there, and maybe they suck, and maybe they don't have it. But then and if you can find one or two guys who can play, it makes it a little easier next offseason. You don't have to go bargain hunting because you have so many spots to fill.
Right, and look, I say bridge year. It's a bridge year for the organization, the club.
Yeah,
it's really a developmental year for the draft picks and a lot of their young players, which that's what it feels like because of all these bridge signings they've made for the bottom six, middle six, whatever you want to call it. So that's why it was a little. I soured on what they were doing, in free agency where. Look, you can't leave a spot open for a young guy. It feels like they didn't really leave much of an opening there. And you mentioned Lysell. I haven't written him off yet entirely. Yeah. I'm not writing. You can maybe write him off as being a true top six, high-end scorer.
So the thing they need.
He's still exactly what they need. But their top six feels settled right now. Geeky, Lindholm, Pasternak feels like your first line. Pavel Zacha, Casey Middlestat, Victor Arvidsson feels like your second line. That's not great. It's not good. They're not gonna score as much.
Is
as you need them
Arvidsson
to.
a legit top 6 player?
See, he was in Edmonton because they had McDavid and Draisaitl.
Okay.
Here, he's a skill guy. He's not really a grinder. So he kind of has to play in your top 6, but he's your 5th or 6th guy, ideally,
Okay.
right? And so even here, he could maybe be that. And look, their top 6 is underwhelming. But just back to Lysell, he could still be a 3rd-line guy. I think he's a little more skilled to be a 4th-line guy. I think he could still play on your 3rd line.
NHL caliber player.
NHL player. You talk about being tough to play against. He's hard to play against at the offensive end. He puts pressure on you. He's been more willing to forecheck. He's got great speed, and he's a threat to score from anywhere when he has the puck. And so he puts pressure on the defense when he has the puck. And that's where I feel like they tend to lose sight of that sort of thing, where they just want to grind it out and hopefully the puck goes in off a guy's skate or something. That's like that. If we score, that's an added bonus. But we're not going to let you score. We're not going to allow goals. That feels like it's just a little too much of their focus. But Lysell, that 3rd-line right wing feels like an opening for the team. I think Michael Eyssimont can be your 4th-line right wing. Sean Corrali's a 4th-line guy, a 4A type of player who might spend some time at Providence. I think Tanner Jeannot is probably your 3rd-line left wing, considering that investment they made in him. But Don Sweeney mentioned Jeannot as a guy that can create breathing room for a younger player or a more skilled player. And so that's where I'm looking at a guy like Fraser Minton or Marat Husnudinov, who played a lot for them down the stretch after they traded for him last year, or Lysell to seize one of those 2 spots. It's just they've said for 5-6 years now, we're going to give them a chance to compete. They're going to have a chance to grab a spot. And then by the time you get to October, it's Tyler Johnson and Cole Koepke and guys like this clogging up their bottom 6. And so it's you got all these young players, and I get it if some of them need time to develop. Certainly the guys you just drafted, I'm not expecting anything from them until the 2026-27 season. But you got guys already in the system that have played. They got some NHL experience down the stretch last year. Not that it was the greatest experience with all that losing, but you have a couple openings here, and you really got to start to incorporate more of that. I'm just highly skeptical the way they built this team and the way they've sort of developed and the way they've handled lineups in recent years. I'll believe it when I see it.
617-779-0985. You want to join us? It's Alex Barth and Matt Dolloff on the Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
So I'm admittedly not a big superhero movie guy. Alex, Barth, Matt Dolloff, Jeff Williams behind the glass. But I've seen a lot about this Superman movie. This is kind of like the movie right now everybody's talking about. Matt Dolloff saw it last night. So tell me, Dolloff.
I saw it 2 nights ago, but yeah.
2 nights ago. Yeah. What did you think?
Really good.
Yeah.
Really good. And
really good as a superhero movie or really good as just like a movie?
Oh, really good as a superhero movie.
Okay.
It's not good. We're not talking about The Godfather here. But yeah, like I think.
So it doesn't insist upon itself?
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing, dude.
I think it was The Sound of Music the guy said it to Seth MacFarlane. Yeah, no, look. Good action, good effects. It had a lot of humor. The humor was kind of hit or miss for me.
Okay.
A lot of it is like really corny. You'd probably roll your eyes at a lot of the attempts at humor, but yeah, like it's tough. It's tough to explain it to someone who's not a big superhero movie guy because a lot of these DC comics, like Superman and Batman, especially Superman and Justice League, and they have sucked for years. And so they basically had to scrap the entire thing and like, we're going to put this director, James Gunn, in charge of the whole thing. He made Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't know if you've seen that, but that's one of the better Marvel. That's one of my favorite Marvel movies. And look, I'm not like a huge superhero guy. Like I go to see all these movies because it's the kind of movie you see in the theater. You grab a popcorn and a drink and whatever. My friends are more into the comics. They know more about that stuff. And so I always have to ask them. I had to ask a bunch of questions about like Superman lore and stuff like that after the movie. But yeah, it was good action. The funny thing is like Lex Luthor, the supervillain, there's these like geopolitical implications as part of the plot. And it's funny, like I feel like people are just gonna like look at that stuff and just apply it to whatever's going on in the world right now. But it's like a generic political story where you could apply it to like any war in history, really. So it's been funny to see those reactions. To me, it's just a good comic book action movie, and like I think I'll be seeing more DC movies going forward, especially if it's going to be fun. Like the other movies were just boring and not funny at all, no sense of humor, and so like they were a tough watch. But this was a fun movie. It was worth seeing.
So I don't know. I like because I was never a big Marvel or DC guy growing up. Not super into the movies. I did get when I was in like middle school. Some friends went to see The Dark Knight and brought me, and that's an awesome movie. I hadn't even seen Batman Begins, so I probably ruined it for them because, like you, I was asking a million questions. Unlike you, I was not kind enough to wait until after the movie. But like that, so that's like my standard. But I'm also somebody that, so to kind of relate it to something else, when Messi was in Foxborough this week, I went, and I'm not a big soccer guy. I don't watch the European leagues or anything like that. But I just like if I have an opportunity to watch somebody that is great at something, truly great at something, do that thing, I will generally do it just because, like, to witness somebody perform whatever it is at such a high level. So that's that thing where, like, I like The Dark Knight Rises, and people, and I saw the other two Christopher Nolan Batmans. They're okay. People are like, well, if you like that, you should watch this and this. And it's like, I don't know that I liked it because I want to get into superhero movies. That's just between Christian Bale, obviously Heath Ledger, the job Nolan did himself. It's just such an apex that I think I just appreciate how great it is, regardless of it being like a superhero movie, if that makes sense.
No, it's funny you bring that up, that like when you saw Dark Knight in theaters, you were witnessing someone who's great, executing greatness.
Right.
Christopher Nolan is probably the best filmmaker of the 21st century so far. Like there's a lot of great directors that have made a lot of great movies, but Nolan's hit streak on these movies, like he can't make a bad movie. Is it not
what's his Avatar? What's his name?
No, that's James Cameron.
Yeah, it's not James Cameron.
I love James. I'm
not as big of a film
guy.
head as you. So it's Christopher Nolan over James Cameron?
Oh, right now, yeah. Like Terminator 2 is my favorite movie of all time, but James Cameron hasn't made a movie that's that great recently. But Nolan with the Batman movies, Oppenheimer, Inception, Interstellar. Like he's on quite the hot streak. I saw Dunkirk in IMAX. That was quite the experience. So yeah, he's had a lot of great movies. He can't miss right now. He's coming out with the Odyssey, based on the old
that's right,
freaking old Greek poem. That's not coming out for 2 years though.
Well, that's the thing. These guys, how they don't make that many movies because they spend didn't Cameron spend like 5 years on Avatar?
Oh, he took
or whatever it was.
Took more than that. I think he it was in development for a long time. But yeah, I don't think he didn't make anything in between Titanic and Avatar. So that was like 12 years, something like that. So yeah. He's a Titanic, another movie that I love. I know that's a polarizing movie, but especially once the boat starts to sink.
Well, so that's it. I've never really sat down and watched Titanic. I've seen it on TV. I've put it on. People say, "How can you not see Titanic?" And the joke I always give is, "Well, I know how it ends."
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the boat sinks.
Right, so development of Avatar began in 1994.
That's insane. So he was making other movies while he was working on Avatar.
Yeah, True Lies, and then
I was about to say, he was in the middle of True Lies.
Yeah. Exactly. And Titanic was it was going over budget. It was the most expensive movie ever. They thought that could be a disaster. And it turned out to be the biggest movie of all time, when it came out. But yeah, that's another funny thing that you bring up, greatness. And I didn't get to see any of that Lionel Messi game against the Revs because I was coincidentally watching The Penguin. They made a show about the Penguin.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know who the Penguin is from Batman?
Yeah, it's played by Danny DeVito once, right?
Yeah, in Batman Returns.
Yeah.
This Penguin is played by Colin Farrell, which is actually the first time ever that the makeup was so good I legitimately couldn't recognize him. When I first saw it, I couldn't believe the credits when it said that Colin Farrell played the Penguin. But this is, I think, I would recommend the Penguin. It's not very comic booky. It's a very much a dark, violent crime show.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I would check that out if I were you. That was a great little mini series they made. But yeah, we're witnessing greatness, Barth.
All right, we'll get some greatness here from Matt Dolloff. Read the headlines. We'll come back. I see a Bruins call on the line for Matt. We'll continue.
I got a printed out headline right here.
2 hours down, 2 to go. Barth and Dolloff on the Sports Hub.
From the Tell Your Time Studios, WBZ FM and HD1. It's not just the games. It's Toucher and Hardy, Zolak and Bertrand, Felger and Maz, Joe Murray. For Boston sports fans, it's 98.5, the Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group Station. Essential Sports Hub headline, presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
The Red Sox play their final game before the All-Star break today at 1:35 against the Tampa Bay Rays. Brian Bayo on the mound against Ryan Pepio. Boston lineup today: Jarren Duran leading off in left field, Alex Bregman third base, Roman Anthony right field, Masataka Yoshida your DH, Trevor Story at shortstop, Ceddanne Rafael in center, Marcelo Meyer at second base today, Romy Gonzalez at first, Connor Wong your catcher batting ninth. Sox going for their 10th straight win, coming off a 1-0 win on Saturday. Garrett Crochet a complete game shutout, first complete game of his career. Major League Baseball draft takes place today and tomorrow. First round today, Red Sox picking 15th. Celtics take on the Knicks in Summer League action today at 5:30. Catch that on NBC Sports Boston. Revs a 0-0 draw last night in Austin against Austin FC. And NFL news: Browns rookie running back Quinshawn Junkins arrested Saturday in Fort Lauderdale, charged with misdemeanor battery and domestic violence. Sports Hub headlines brought to you by the Lobster Lovers Weekend at the 99. Visit Friday through Sunday and order their colossal or hot buttered lobster roll, and you'll get a free 3-course meal upgrade. You gotta love the nines. I'm Matt Dolloff for 98.5 The Sports Hub, Boston's home for sports. Your next check of the headlines in 1 hour.
If you've got the app, you've got Toucher and Hardy to wake you up no matter where you are.
Or who may or may not have been to jail.
Get the app. The 98.5 The Sports Hub app. Boston sports, yeah, we got that covered. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Back here on the Sports Hub, Alex Barth, Matt Dolloff with you. 2 hours down, 2 to go. We've been talking mostly Red Sox. We did get into some Bruins stuff with Matt. We have a Bruins call here, Pete and Haverhill. Pete, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
All right. So we've been talking about Fabian Lysell a little bit, and I agree with everything. I'm not calling to argue or anything. I agree, we need to give some of the younger guys in the system a little bit of run to see what they can actually produce. But Fabian Lysell, it seems like Ty and Dolloff this week, and I was listening to Sports Hub Underground.
Thank you.
And Patriots Beat, also Alex. But, it seems like you guys are kind of convinced he's NHL-level talent. He's come up a couple times and did not produce. That's why he got sent back down. And I agree he needs more run, but, why are we so convinced this kid's NHL-level talent? He might be a bust. I'm just kind of confused, why we think, this kid's been so suppressed. It's not like the coaches in Providence haven't seen him for an extended period of time. I know he does all right down there, but it also, Ty, I believe, previously said, he's not a bottom six guy. Like, he needs to be, paired with more skilled guys to actually show what he can kind of do. And I'm not sure he has that kind of talent. Also, Barth, did you play at far corners yesterday?
I did.
Yeah, I saw you getting yelled at by the Ranger trying to sneak by him.
Thanks for the call. That was my buddy Will driving the cart, so we'll put that on Will.
I like far corner.
It's a good course.
Yeah.
Played the Hawk course. You have to drive
It's a little tough.
Yeah. It was
trees.
Well, so we played Hawk, which is it's a 27-hole course.
Yeah.
But the Hawk is you have to drive past 4 holes to get to the first tee.
Yes, yeah.
So you're cutting people off, and then that first one is a really short, really narrow par 3, and then you go from that to a par 5.
There's a little bit of a confusing turn with the signs up there too.
Yes, but it's
don't miss that turn.
It's in great shape. It was wide open. It was so he's joking about the Ranger, but we did have somebody come up at one point and ask us about the pace. Somewhere it was really slowed down, and we kind of saw people complaining. We moved right through. We didn't have to wait for anybody. It was great, which was nice because I played earlier this year. I went during the heat wave because I'm an idiot, but I'm like, all right, it's a heat wave. Nobody's gonna be dumb enough to golf. I'm going to get a twilight round in, so I might be able to sneak 18 in. This is going to be great. I got stuck behind 4 older men walking, 102 degrees. It took an hour and 10 minutes to play 3 holes.
Wow.
It was brutal.
Jesus.
So this was a nice offset to that. Fabian Lysell, 12 points, or 3 points in 12 games last year. Dolloff, what do you see in his game that you believe that can increase if he gets another shot this year?
So what I would say to Pete is that we've sort of adjusted expectations on Fabian Lysell. I think, he said he might be a bust. If you're expecting him to be a top 6 guy or one of these high-end scorers, he's probably a bust. That is probably not a possibility anymore at this stage of his career. I do think if someone like Cole Koepke can play regular minutes in the NHL, if Michael Asimov can keep sticking around in the NHL, then I think Fabian Lysell still has the ability to play in the NHL. I don't think he's a Zach Senyshyn where he can't even get on the ice. I just think, the production is probably never going to be there, that he could be a top 6 guy. But I think the way he plays, I think he's really improved in terms of his willingness to sort of stick his nose in there on the forecheck. And I think his speed is for real. And so I don't know how.
That right there is why I want to. Sorry to cut you off. That right there is why I want to see him. They need. I don't want to use this comp because it's not a good comp, but to cross sports. Tyquan Thornton obviously wasn't great, but Demir Bird's probably a better example of this. Demir Bird was not a great wide receiver, but whether it was in New England, whether it was in Atlanta, where he went after, he's so fast. Him being on the field did alter the way the defense had to play. Now, it didn't amount to much because there was nobody else who could really capitalize on it, and he wasn't that talented that it was a major adjustment, but the Bruins are not a fast team. I feel like just getting some speed on the ice, it at least gives the other team something to think about. And I don't know who else on the team is really giving them that.
Exactly. And we're just talking about speed for the bottom 6 right now. We're just talking play with some intensity, get in the corners, forecheck, just put pressure on the opposing defense. Keep them back on their heels. Nobody's saying, at this point where the ship has kind of sailed on Lysell being, I think a high-end player for them. He's probably overdrafted as a first-round pick. But the physical ability, I still think, is there. And, it's different. If we were talking about the Florida Panthers or the Dallas Stars,
he's not cracking that line.
Winnipeg Jets, one of these deeper lineups in the league. I don't know that Fabian Lysell really has a chance to crack that lineup here, especially with the openings on the 3rd line and maybe the 4th line. But I'm thinking really the 3rd line next to Tanner Jeannot, who again is supposed to open up breathing room for someone else. If you're choosing between a Lysell and Husnudinov and Fraser Minton, Lysell's a right shot. They lack that too, but after Pasternak. A right shot, right wing who can play with pace and put pressure on a 3rd pairing defenseman. I think Lysell can still be that. And so I would just say the expectations have sort of been lowered for Lysell. The bar has been lowered. But I think this is still a bar that he can clear as a 3rd line energy guy that puts pressure on you with his speed.
And they need that.
Yeah.
They absolutely need that. Because they, again, just putting a fast guy on the ice, not to go full Matt Groh, but putting a fast guy on the ice, I think, can give you an angle you don't have otherwise. And they need to have something that somehow, some way is going to keep defenses honest on that end of the ice. And obviously David Pastrnak's going to do that when he's on the ice. He's an incredible talent. Nobody's shortchanging him there. But after that, who's the guy that you really have to account for? I'm not saying Lysel's going to be like their second best offensive player, but again, he just gives you an angle you don't have. We talked about this before, that what makes the Tanner Jeannot signing annoying, and Ty in his rant used the word annoying multiple times, which is what hits home with me. Tanner Jeannot, I like Tanner Jeannot as a player. I like my hockey team having some toughness and being able to crack heads. That's all well and good. I also want them to be able to do other things. And not having any other sort of identity is what's annoying. At least Lysell gives you something different.
Exactly. And this is another thing that I just actually thought of while you were talking, is that Victor Arvidsson gets hurt all the time. He's a guy that he plays hard. He plays sort of on the edge. He plays kind of with a little reckless abandon for a guy who's a little undersized. And so he gets banged up. He's not going to play a full season. He's probably going to play 60-something games at best. And so when he goes down, then who's going to move up? Then you're really going to have an opening, especially on your second line, your middle six, call it. And so Lysell, I think, still deserves an opportunity for that middle six. And I've mentioned Hustadinov before a lot. He's a left shot, but I feel like he's a smart enough player that he could play on the off wing. He played a lot in the defensive zone at center for the Minnesota Wild before he was traded here. And so that's a guy that I think will get a real opportunity to play here, because he can play sort of a two-way game. And he has some speed and some level of skill. I think he's a solid all-around player. He probably just doesn't have the size to play center, and so that's a guy I would keep an eye on. It's not about it has to be Lysell, that was our argument for years. It's they got to give Lysell a chance. It's well, now Lysell is part of a bigger group of guys. And it's you're going to eventually, I think, have to play these guys because someone's going to get hurt. That's another thing to consider.
It's just who's it's going to be from that group.
Exactly, yeah. And Mitten's another guy where I think he plays a heavy two-way game. I think he makes sense as a guy that could play center next to a guy like Jeannot. Again, just comes down to them actually, biting the bullet and making that decision. With all the moves they send, the totality of the guys they sign, I just don't have much faith that they're actually going to, make those tough decisions and take it. There's a little bit of a risk of playing a guy who's less experienced than a guy like Sean Corrali or Michael Eyssimont, but I think eventually they might be forced to make those decisions. And just right now, I'm not very confident that they're actually going to do it. I'll believe it when I see it, as the phrase goes.
Bruins, Red Sox. We'll get to the Patriots a little bit. The Celtics thought on the table, too. 617-779-0985. It's Alex Barth and Matt Dolloff on the Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sport.
Probably the most exciting game of the Red Sox. Current 9-game win streak. It's Alex Barth and Matt Dolloff with you. Jeff Williams behind the glass. Yesterday was fun. Like, I got kind of fired up that 9th inning watching Crochet get those guys out, but I don't know how you top that from Rafaela.
No, yeah, I saw you posted the win probability graph.
Yeah.
Oh, it just falls off a cliff for the Rays. That's great when that happens.
And how about O'Brien went down to an octave I didn't know he had on that call. He really belted that one in. I mean that complimentary. Like, he really belted that one out.
See, I love it. Yeah, I love it when announcers show emotion on the call. They're like legitimately excited. I'm not the biggest fan of just like making a noise, but I think he got caught up in the moment. He was just like, ah!
I mean, sometimes you got to let it go.
You just got to let it take over.
So
yeah.
I don't know. You said you hadn't heard the Rays call of this. So, Jeff, we have it. So this is I love this. I'll explain why after. It's probably not what you're thinking. This is awesome. Let's hear the Rays call, Jeff.
Red Sox win 5-4.
That's it.
That's not what I thought was going to happen. I thought it was going to be like nuts and bolts. We got screwed. One of those things.
That rules because you really get to hear the energy inside the park. Like, I like it because it's essentially what that moment sounded like without play-by-play.
So that was the TV call, right? Imagine a radio guy doing like 30 seconds of dead air.
That was the TV call. Wow. But the wow is outstanding too, but it's also just like, there's a clip. I don't remember who it is, but those Twitter accounts are just like baseball history or whatever. They post it all the time. It's some Phillies playoff walk-off home run, but it's without announcers. And it's just the sound, the roar of the park, the pop is great. And you get that in that clip. And it just shows what I opened the show talking about, like the energy at Fenway right now is different than it's been in a long time. We haven't heard a pop like that at Fenway in quite a bit.
If we were to rank like sports sounds, it's like the crack of the bat on a walk-off home run.
Right,
is that number one?
This.
Is that number one? Might be.
I think number one is the crowd pop. If that counts. Like, if you're talking about just the sport itself, crack of the bat is up there.
But you get that on a home run anyway, so it's like, yeah.
Right, but I love, you know what else I love too? So the crowd pop is a great sound, especially when it's silent to loud. The shot, you get it mostly in basketball, but you see it in some other sports. You know, like when a guy hits a big three in a playoff game, and then they zoom the camera out as he runs back down the floor?
Yeah.
Everybody's arms going up at once. So the Manny picture, right? But the video of that is an awesome visual when you see the entire crowd rise as like one entity.
I like looking at pictures of that. You look at everyone's face in the background.
That's a good one too. But best sound, like a good solid crack of the bat might be. I'm going to be impartial, right? Pop of the football pads. Two helmets coming together, but
hitting the post in hockey is an iconic one.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily something you like.
But it's not something you want.
Yeah,
unless you're Jeremy Swayman.
True. Yeah, crack of the bat might be the best sound. 617-779-0985. What's the best sports sound? Would you go Jeff? Crack of the bat?
Yeah, there's just something about it. I don't know. It's just, especially when I'm playing the show too. When you hit a perfect.
Yeah,
you get the perfect amount of barrel.
Well, I was going to say, I've been getting these, like, on my YouTube Reels, I've been getting these videos where somebody's like, it's just like top 5 MLB perfect moments. Shohei had one earlier this year where it sounded like he hit a door. Like, it sounded like he used a full wooden door to hit the ball.
The game-winning home run in the Field of Dreams game a couple years ago between the White Sox and the Yankees,
yeah.
That sound right there, like, that was perfect.
It's probably tough to top that.
Now, if we could do the other end of the spectrum, you played the Rays call.
Yeah.
How isn't it the most iconic call, I think, in the history of Boston sports radio is Joe Castiglione going, swinging a pop-up. I don't know what that's from originally. You've heard that before, right?
No, what are you talking about?
You don't know swinging a pop-up?
Yeah, I know.
Jeff, do you know, you watched when Dale Arnold used to do the Bruins games? There would be games where if they're getting killed, he sounds like the most depressed human being on the face. There's Steve Eisman scored. And it's like 5-0. It's like, for some reason, I get a kick out of it.
I know what you're talking about.
Some reason,
if
it gets bad enough, I get a kick out of the announcer being just depressed.
Well, how about the ones where the announcer gets like mad?
Oh yeah, of course.
And this is more of a radio thing. What's the guy? The guy who does the Vikings. And he's an awesome guy. I've met him. Cool guy, great announcer. And
I hope you're bringing up what I think you're bringing up.
When they're good, he has great calls too. Paul Allen, who, little backstory, his goal, he got his start as a horse racing announcer. So there's a very unique style. Yeah, there was one. Was it Brett Favre? He just lays into Brett Favre.
The Brett Favre interception in the NFC title game.
I was going to say
2009. The greatest call of all time. It's intercepted. I can't believe what I'm seeing right now.
But he has others,
and then the color commentator goes
to pass. He pumps. Now he fires over the middle. Intercepted. I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. It was intercepted by Tracy Porter near side to the 40, and John Sullivan runs him down at the 47-yard line. You've got to be kidding me. I can't believe what I just saw.
Looking at that play, he should have just held on to a call. He could have easily gotten 5 or 6 yards if he would have just pulled that thing down and dove forward.
But why do you even ponder passing? I mean, you can take a knee and try a 56-yard field goal. This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
The greatest call in history.
And but also like he finishes the play-by-play because he's a pro.
Yeah.
But
that was just like, you put that in context of like they would sat through a whole season of Favre just making these dumb interceptions.
Yeah.
They get all the way to the NFC title. Maybe this is the time he's not going to screw it up. Nope, never mind. I can't believe it.
From 27 yards left hash. Snap good. Spot down. Walsh's kick is up. And it is no good. He missed it. Are you kidding me? The season can't end like that. He missed it left. And the Seattle Seahawks are off to Charlotte. Blair Walsh missed a 27-yard field goal, and the Minnesota Vikings are going to lose 10-9.
Now, sometimes you just rather be lucky than good.
There's one, too, like a positive call, an Adrian Peterson run he has. I don't know if you have it, Jeff. That's just, like, unbelievable.
He must have had good stuff with Sam Darnold in the past playoff.
Oh, yeah. Matt and Braintree on the Best Sports Sound. Matt.
If you're in the Garden and you see someone just swish a long shot, those nets are a little, like, thicker. Not thicker, they're just a lot more crisp than any other net. But when that flies through there, you just hear that snap. It's my favorite sound.
That's a good sound.
The slam dunk is actually a good sound. If you slam it hard enough,
yeah.
The sound of the rim, that's a good
The rim's a good sound.
They got to mic up those backboards a little more, I think, and the nets.
The rim's a good sound. Flushing a golf ball, that's a good sound. That's up there, too. Masters roar. I was talking about crowd roars. If I had to pick one, Masters roar, that's up there. That's
talk about great calls of all time. Is Vern Lundquist on that?
In Your Life?
Oh, that's just that legitimately is the greatest call.
I've now started doing this thing where anytime one of my friends hits a good golf shot, I will yell "In Your Life." But it's not just putts, and it's like very mundane shots. It started as me doing it like one time because my buddy hit a putt that did kind of sit on the lip and fall in, and now I just do it, and it's just become like a bit.
You're in the sand, you just chunk it right off the lip, and it stays in the sand. In your
No,
life.
it has to be like a decent shot, but like very routine drive, just hits the middle of the fairway. Doesn't even go far, but hits the middle of the fairway. In your life. What do we got from Paul Allen?
To the right, they'll run behind it. Adrian turns the corner at the 20, first down. Breaks a tackle at the 25. Breaks another at the 30. And he's loose! Adrian's inside the 30. 20, 10, touchdown! Adrian.
Yeah, that's it. That's a great one. He's fun. I'm trying to. There's another like baseball one where the announcer gets really mad. I think it has something to do with like when the manager is going to relieve pitchers. I used to call games in Lowell, and for the baseball team, the college team, UMass Lowell, and Bob Ellis was the play-by-play guy, and he's more of a traditionalist. And we were calling the game one time. I've tried to find the call for years. I can't find it. He gets furious about another team using a lefty specialist, and as this team is making a million pitching changes, and they go to the lefty for it was clearly going to be all right, righty started the inning, they're going to the lefty, and then they're going back to the righty. We got to go to the lefty specialist. We got to go to commercial because we got to go to the lefty specialist. the lefty kid that came in gave up. I don't remember if he gave up a home run, but like he gave up a run or something, gave up a big hit, and Bob just took the biggest victory lap on air. It was hilarious.
Media meltdowns are one of my guilty pleasures.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You want to weigh in on the best sports sound? 617-779-0985. We got some on Twitter.
We just did some radio, Bart. That was a good radio segment.
That was a good radio segment. We got people weighing in on Twitter, so maybe we'll have to get to some of those next here. It's Barth and Dolloff on the Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Emma, get out the rye bread and mustard. It is grand salami time. Cal Raleigh with his third grand slam of the season puts this game away.
So, since this has been such a baseball-heavy show, Dolph, there is one other baseball thing I want to get to here. And again, if you're heading into the Red Sox game, you want to call in, talk about how you're feeling about the team heading in today's game, 617-779-0985. Cal Raleigh, with a game to go today, has 38 home runs at the All-Star break. That rules. That's awesome. You don't get guys hitting 38 in a season anymore. I was watching last week, ESPN put on the 30 for 30 about McGuire and Sosa in the chase in 98. And I'm like, man, I wish when guys were hitting home runs left and right like that. Not only is somebody doing it, a catcher's doing it. Oddly enough, he's on the best pace to start a season since those guys. And Griffey that year and Bonds in 01. Are you faulty? And nobody's talking about it. I get baseball's not as popular as it used to be. And he's in Seattle, so it's West Coast, not a major market team. Are you following this at all? Because I found myself, like, if I'm up late at night and I see, Cal Raleigh's going to be up this inning, I'll throw that game on and watch an at-bat or two. Like, I've been having fun with it.
I'm not following it, I wouldn't say, but I'm aware of it. I heard recently that he was pacing ahead. He was pacing to break the record at one point. Like, I don't know if that was accurate.
I don't know if he still is, but he could get...
No, I got it open right now. He's on pace for 65 right now.
Right,
only 65.
Nobody's hit 60 since Bonds.
No, I thought Judge did it.
Judge did. You're right.
But that's it.
Yeah, that was the last one.
Yeah, like, I remember there was massive buzz when Bonds was doing it. I think because, like, he sort of exploded early. So, like, by June, he was well on pace to break the record. So, like, people tuned in. Obviously, it was Barry Bonds. Like, this
sure.
Can't compare Cal Raleigh to Barry Bonds.
And it was a different era for baseball as a whole.
Right, yeah, and look, I'm a big wrestling fan. I was into wrestling before I even got into real sports, really. The McGuire-Sosa home run chase is what turned me on to real sports, really. You know, like I like the Bruins, the Bork and Neely Bruins, and I watched the Patriots in the Super Bowl. Like, I watched it, but nothing captivated me like that home run chase. And so, yeah, it sucks that he's not in a big market for baseball. He's the catcher. He's batting .260, and it's like, how much of an impact is he really making? It would be nice if they had a legitimate chase.
Yeah.
If they had another guy around 40 home runs, and they were actually going to break the record. I don't know where Aaron Judge is at this stage. I know he's having an unbelievable year, too.
So Judge is at 35. Shohei's at 32. Eugenio Suarez at 31. Schwarber's at 30.
See, baseball could use something like this, where it's like a home run chase, a hitting streak, something like that, because it's an everyday game. You're tuning in every day. What's the latest on this thing that's happening every day, every night? You can tune into it. I remember they used to, like, cut into the McGuire-Sosa games on ESPN on, like, a random Tuesday just to see what they do. They usually hit a home run. That would be fun if he he keeps he picks up the pace a little bit and he actually has a chance to break the record. I don't care that it's Cal Raleigh for the Seattle Mariners. That would be fun.
It would be great. No, it's making me like that. I was a big fan of the guys that hit. I watched for power hitters. I watch for home runs. I don't think I'm alone in that. And baseball, obviously, in the modern era, has gotten away from that for a number of different reasons. And then here comes this catcher in Seattle who's just launching rockets. And even maybe 10 years ago, Cal Raleigh would be a household name. He'd be one of the biggest names in sports. And it kind of shows you maybe how much baseball has fallen off. But I hope he gets near it. Because if he's at 50 by the end of August, like it's gonna be a major story, and it'll be something we follow throughout September. Are you a home run derby guy? We got that coming up tomorrow.
Oh, I love the home run derby.
You do? Yes,
I'll be
thank
watching
you.
it.
Felger and McCarthy made fun of me for loving the home run derby last year. And
Why?
look, it's not. I'm also like a home run derby traditionalist. I hate what it's become. I love the event. I hate what it's become. First of all, get the clock the hell out of here. That's not the point of the home run derby. We're trying to see how many home runs these guys can hit, not how many they can hit in 10 minutes. It's a Monday night in July. I'm not going anywhere. If I have to stay up a little later to watch the home run derby, so be it. The best parts of watching the home run derby were when Josh Hamilton had that monster round and Bobby Abreu had that monster round. And you're just like, this is never going to end, right? So get rid of the clock. Get rid of the stupid bracket format, which I think they did last year. I can't keep track of it because they change it every year.
Yeah.
If you want to say 10 outs is too many, fine. 7 outs to hit as many home runs as you can. Get rid of the bracket. The guys that hit the most home runs move on. The home run derby at its best, I think, is a great event, but they've tinkered with it too much.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't even know what the format is. They've been tinkering with it so much.
I'm going to pull it up.
I liked the clock at first, but then you realize it has sort of diminishing returns because you really burn guys out doing that. What if I don't love the outs, though, because it ends up being anticlimactic by the end. Like, I think
Not
that's
really.
what they were trying to get, is to have, like, drama at the very end. Yeah, but no, like, you pass.
Oh, you're talking about it not at the end of the clock. You're talking about, like, in the final round.
Yeah, like you pass, you've already won, and like you still have a couple outs left. Like, what if they had like you get a certain number of swings?
Maybe. I was never as into the idea. To me,
or a certain number of pitches, I should say. Like you don't, like you know when it's going to run out, but you don't have to have a race against the clock. Like,
now it's 40 pitches or 3 minutes. So you get 40 pitches, but if it takes more than 3 minutes, you don't get more than the 40 pitches, which is going to burn guys out.
See, that's where, I would just go with the 40 pitches.
And so that's the format. There is no bracket this year. So
how about
guys,
the pitch clock?
There's no bracket in the first round. There's a bracket in the semifinals. There is no pitch clock.
Maybe that's what they need.
I never watched it for like. I don't want to say didn't watch it for who won. I obviously cared about who won. I wanted to see who would hit the most in a round. I watched again for those monster long rounds.
Oh yeah, Abreu, Josh Hamilton.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what Josh Hamilton hit, but it was never going to end. It was just home run after home run after home run. Although I guess Julio Rodriguez hit 41 with the clock.
That's crazy.
In 2023. So maybe I'm misguided, but I'm looking forward to it.
That might have been the year where I was all excited about the clock because Rodriguez had that massive round. What does McCarthy have against the home run derby? And obviously Felger. Felger doesn't like.
He just said it was like a very me thing to be into.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I mean, I also like the hot dog eating contest. I used to like the slam dunk contest. That thing's entirely ruined. They're out of ideas. There's no more dunks left. They did all the dunks.
Well, they don't have any like name players.
And the good players won't do it. So I'm out on that. But I always enjoy these things. I don't know. Maybe we'll ask him during the crossover what the problem is with me being in the home run derby. Joe in Boston on the best sounds in sports. Joe.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
A sound unique to Boston fans only is the sound of a body or a ball crashing against the left field wall. I think you could be anywhere in the world and hear that sound, and if you're a Boston fan, you'd be the one to recognize it, nobody else.
Good one.
Or like you hit one out in the triangle off the cage and you rattle the cage.
That would be up there. I thought he was going to say the Bruins goal horn because I do think the Bruins have one of the best goal horns in hockey.
For sure.
And the Patriots third down horn, I should say, too, because that's same horn, right? Pretty sure it is, yeah.
Might be, yeah. I'm not sure.
Some other ones we got on Twitter, Ken and JP, the kicker doinking one off the goalpost. A good doink, if it's not your team, is a great sound because that is exactly what that level of failure should sound like.
Right, that's like the post in hockey. But yeah, no, it is like this guy failed.
Yeah,
we are letting you know loudly how much this guy failed.
It rattles, it lingers, especially now that they put mics in the goalposts. Somebody brought up, if we're doing best calls of announcers kind of losing their mind, Here Comes the Pizza is a great. Are you a Here Comes the? All right, when it comes to Remy Norcillo, there's to me two moments that stand above all else.
I was about to bring up the second one.
Well, there's three. There's the tooth, but I think that's third.
No,
the pizza and then the family program.
Yes,
Nick Markakis takes strike one.
That just came through my feed the other day. I was cracking up.
How would you rank those two? I still go the pizza. I'm a traditionalist. I still go the pizza because the moment itself is just absurd.
The pizza's an all-time moment because we got the perfect camera angle of it and everything. It all came together perfectly.
Have you ever read ESPN did like a background on the guy that threw the pizza? No, they got like the whole story. He like skipped work to go. Or maybe it was the guy who got hit by the pizza. One of them skipped work, like told work they were sick to go to that game.
I was gonna say if the guy's skipping work and then throwing pizza slices, that takes balls.
I forget which one it was, but so which one's your like definitive?
I just like it when guys just like can't stop laughing, like just uncontrollable laughing fit. So that Nick Markakis take strike one.
Nick Markakis take strike one.
He couldn't even get there. They fast forwarded through the whole inning.
The whole inning, there's like 3 words.
The clip I saw, like fast forwarded through the whole inning, and then it gets back to normal speed, and they still can't stop laughing.
It's a family program.
Just Remy going, whoops.
Somebody else said doink off and upright.
Yep,
that's a good one. Best non-championship winning call: Bergeron. That's up there.
Yep.
The Jose Bautista one's a good one. I think
that's an all-time bat flip. Was the
that
Jose
that
Bautista.
might be the best bat flip. Mike and Boric on the home run derby. Mike,
what's going on, guys?
Hey,
how's it going? I was at that derby in '99, and you just brought up. I think Julio Rodriguez had 40-something. Maguire actually set the record that year at Fenway in the first round for having 13. So think about it, how far it's come from him having 13 in the first round. Now 13 is nothing. It's crazy.
that's fair. Maybe I'm too harsh on the clock.
What was cool about the Fenway Derby was just like hitting landmarks, like Maguire hitting the light tower, that sort of thing.
So that's I've wondered this. Like if it were to come back and I were to go, right? Because I would probably go if the home run derby was here. And maybe it's different now with the monster seats, but would you want to be in the ballpark and see it, or like all the people who are out on Lansdowne Street?
Ooh.
And because there's a bunch of balls hit there and even onto that parking garage. So you don't get to see the derby, but being in that crowd, that'd probably a monitor set up out there. That'd be pretty cool.
I'd want to be behind home plate for a home run derby.
I'd want to be somewhere I can at least catch a ball.
Yeah, I guess. I'm not. I don't care about catching a ball. That's where you and I would differ. I'm just there to watch the ball game.
One of my buddies in growing up, or a guy I went to school with, was in the outfield for one. Like he was one of the kids.
Oh yeah,
that was in the outfield. Yeah, shagging balls, home run derby. It is, by the way, speaking of that home run derby, it is the anniversary of the 1999 All-Star game, which I'm sure Matt McCarthy.
Today.
Yeah,
I think McCarthy tweeted about it.
He's going to wax poetic about it for about 2 hours when he's in from 2 to 5.
I mean, Pedro Martinez was just so much better.
All right, let's do it. The trivia question.
He was so much better than every other player in baseball. It was unreal.
Who did he strike out?
See, I'm kind of cheating because I saw the tweet.
Oh, okay.
But let me. Barry Larkin is one of them. Mark McGuire.
Yep.
Jeff Bagwell.
So just in the first 2 innings.
Yeah,
because I think he got him later, but it's Larkin, Walker, Sosa, McGuire to lead it off.
Okay, I was going to guess Larry Walker.
Yeah.
And then am I missing someone else?
No, you got it.
Someone
you
got
had
on
McGuire
base.
and Sosa switched.
Someone got on base, and then they
I
threw
think
him
Larry
out.
Walker got on base, right? Because he didn't strike out the side in the first inning. I think it was Larkin struck out, Walker got on base, and then he struck out Sosa and McGuire.
McCarthy could probably give us the pitch by pitch.
Oh, he absolutely could. So, you want to talk 1999 All-Star Game? We'll do it, but at that point, you're probably better off waiting for Matt McCarthy. He'll give you the real breakdown. Oh, no, it was Larkin, Walker, Sosa strikeouts, McGuire. He struck out those 4, and then Matt Williams got on an error.
No, Matt
and
Williams,
then
no
he
chance.
struck out Bagwell, and they caught Matt Williams stealing. That's what it was. McCarthy, I'm sure, is furious at me for not getting that.
We stole his thunder.
I always forget, too, the opposing pitcher in that game, Kurt Schilling. Started for the National League.
Right.
Going to have some moments at Fenway. So that's on the table. It's all on the table. 617-779-0985. I do want to start getting into the Patriots a little bit because training camp, believe it or not, is right around the corner. We'll talk to Patriots plus your calls coming up next here. It's Alex Barth and Matt Dolloff with you on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Lobster Lovers Weekend is back. Visit the 99 restaurant this Friday through Sunday and order their famous colossal or hot buttered lobster roll, and you'll get a free 3-course meal upgrade. This weekend only. You gotta love the nines.
Hey, it's Zoe from my friends at Rebel Garage Solutions. Rebel Garage Solutions is your one-stop shop for a complete garage transformation. From garage door installation, repairs, including a lifetime warranty on select doors and parts, to durable, beautiful epoxy flooring that's 5 times stronger than standard coatings. Rebel also offers small organization solutions like cabinetry, slat wall storage, and even motorized storage systems. Schedule a free consultation today and get 10% off your project. Just use promo code ZOE at rebelgarage.com. That's Rebel with a V. Rebel Garage Solutions, your garage transformed.
Don't you hate interruptions? Like when heartburn hits at the worst time? For fast relief on the go, stock up on Alka-Seltzer Relief Chews at Walmart. Stash them in your gym bag, tool belt, or with a snack. No water, no chalky taste, just fast relief. Anytime, anywhere. Hit pause on heartburn and hit play on your day with Alka-Seltzer Relief Chews. Use as directed. Now, where were we?
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Greater Boston. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey everyone, it's Chris from Blue Bear Plumbing, Heating and Air. No matter what your AC needs, we're here to help. Whether it's a tune-up to keep your system running strong or a brand new installation for ultimate comfort, you can count on us. At Blue Bear, our mission is simple. Better our people, better our community, better your comfort. Because your home deserves the best. Call now or visit bluebearplumbing.com to book your appointment with us today. That's bluebearplumbing.com and see why homeowners trust us for honest and reliable service. Hashtag the bear was here.
What is insurance?
Insurance transfers certain risks between parties.
Without insurance, the economy would really stop.
In simple terms, insurance is like community.
It's protecting every last asset that somebody has built over a lifetime.
You're in it together.
You feel supported.
From the beginning to the end.
What insurance is just taking care of people. It's definitely a way of life.
Cross Insurance. Our way of life since 1954.
You know the story of the three bears. They all sold replacement windows. You remember that, right? So Goldilocks goes up to the big bear, and he tries to feed her a humongous price, and luckily she didn't bite. She checked out that bear with the unusually low price and realized that his windows, well, they're sort of like what bears do in the woods. But then she called Right Window. We're the middle bear. A higher quality Energy Star window installed the right way for a good price, a better value. Or as like Goldilocks always says, just right. And you know how the story ends. She lives happily ever after because Right Window carries a lifetime warranty. That part had Goldilocks singing with joy, so, we asked her to sing our jingle. Go ahead.
Call Right Window right now.
Call 800-649-3600. 800-649-3600. A better quality window professionally installed for the right price. Right Window.
I'm attorney John Heyman. If you've been injured, we can help. Our veteran trial-tested lawyers at the Heyman Law Firm will achieve full financial recovery to help you get your life back in order. Our clients have successfully recovered over 99% over the last 40 years. I'm John Heyman, and that's my promise.
Call 1-800-HEYMAN or go to HeymanLaw.com. That's 1-800-HEYMAN or HeymanLaw.com.
Boston Common Coach offers round-trip ride-sharing to the biggest concerts and football games at Gillette, Xfinity, TD Garden, and more. Book a seat from your closest pickup location. Visit BostonCommonCoach.com and use Summer 2025 for 10% off.
Building a fireplace, patio, walkway? Plymouth Quarries has 60 acres of products for you. Visit their Hingham location or PlymouthQuarries.com. Plymouth Quarries, excellence in stone since 1915.
This hour of the Sports Hub brought to you by Catches Law. At Catches, they specialize in helping those who have been injured, not only from a one-time incident, but from a lifetime of hard work and labor. Does this sound like you? Visit catcheslaw.com.
Registration is now open for the 46th Pan Mass Challenge, taking place August 2nd and 3rd, with routes ranging from 25 to 186 miles. Since 1980, the PMC has raised over $1 billion for cancer research and treatment at Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, with 100% of every rider-raised dollar going directly to the cause. Register to ride at pmc.org/ride and bring us closer by the mile to a world without cancer.
Celtics, the Patriots, the Sox, the Revs, and you. We're Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Jeff, like I said, always brings it with the intros. 40 years ago today, we were talking about this day in history, Queen at Live Aid.
I love Queen. Yeah,
probably the greatest live performance in history. This right here.
You could, I think you could still say number one for this one. I have a take.
Yep.
Did not like the Queen movie. Bohemian Rhapsody.
Didn't
like it at all. I don't know if you saw it, Jeff, but
yeah, it was a bit much.
The whole the big set piece that they build up to is just Live Aid, and it's like, just watch the real thing.
Right?
Why do you have to recreate that for a movie? I didn't understand that movie at all. I didn't understand the popularity.
This is the new thing now, though, is these artist biopics.
Yeah, we got the Springsteen one coming out.
I'll watch that. I know I'm going to be disappointed, but I'll watch that.
The Bob Dylan one I thought was
The Bob Dylan
solid.
one was good. There was the Elton John one, too, right?
Yeah, Rocket Man, yeah.
Yeah,
that was pretty good.
Who should be next? There was obviously Robbie Williams. We got to mention that one. That's the guy who was the monkey, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was. I think that bombed.
It's just an objectively very weird movie.
We need an Ozzy Osbourne biopic. I don't think we've had that.
They just played their last show, right?
Sabbath did, yeah. Or it's basically Ozzy's last show. Yeah, there's an Ozzy cameo, the guy playing Ozzy in the Motley Crue movie. Did you ever see that?
I've not.
The movie wasn't great, but it was, rock star debauchery, and there's Ozzy Osbourne snorting a line of ants, which he actually, legend has it, he actually did that. I would love an entire biopic about Ozzy biting the head off the bird and the bat and all that stuff.
Well, because his family had a reality show for a while, right?
The Osbournes, yeah, they were kind of groundbreaking in terms of we're gonna have a family reality show. I don't know if there was anything like that before the Osbournes. It was pre-Kardashian.
He seems
the only thing closer would be Real World, really.
He seems like somebody that you could do a biopic for Ozzy Osbourne. That would be interesting.
Yeah.
Who would play him?
Ooh, now that's a good question. We got to think of young British actors.
Yeah, but it's got to be somebody with some edge.
Someone with some edge.
I can't even picture Ozzy Osbourne looked younger. I can picture him now.
You know who I like is Joseph Quinn, who was in Stranger Things, the new Gladiator movie.
Okay,
that's just off the top of my head. That's a guy I think could pull it off.
He's not British, but just looking at the pictures of Ozzy Osbourne, 20 years ago, Ashton Kutcher probably could have done it.
Yeah, what's he?
Just what he looks like.
Didn't Ashton Kutcher become a billionaire?
Sounds right.
He's like a tech billionaire now.
Well, that's what he played in 2.5 Men.
Right.
Is that what you're thinking of?
I think in real life. I think in real life he had some kind of company.
he did some entrepreneurial stuff. Venture capitalist.
how 50 Cent is a billionaire off vitamin water?
Yes.
There's something like that.
Yeah, it says
he doesn't even have to
just
act
does
anymore.
tech startups.
Yeah.
So that'd be a good biopic. I'd watch a Green Day movie. I don't know that it would be a specific Billy Joe.
Oh, they should make a Woodstock one, a movie about. Did they do that?
They haven't done. They must have done that.
Woodstock '99,
a real movie.
A movie, yeah.
About what went into it. Oh, you'd make a movie about the original Woodstock, and then you make a sequel that's about Woodstock.
Well, they did make a movie like that, right? What's his name was one of the guys who got it going. I forget who it was.
I wish I could remember.
I'm trying to remember what it was.
I can't keep track of all of them at this point.
What about? I know there's a documentary, but what about a Firefest movie? They're trying to do another one of those. Apparently,
I could see that as a limited series, a mini series.
Oh, that would be good.
Yeah,
yeah. I don't know what other musician would I want a biopic for. Ozzy Osbourne's a good one. That's a good.
Metallica. I don't know if there's enough juice that they with the bassist died in the bus accident. That's other than that, they've had kind of a normal
they've been
music career,
right?
So I don't know if there's enough there.
Ozzy Osbourne's a real character.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a guy you could have that one guy carry a movie.
617-779-0985. You got anybody else on the list? Doll's going to get you updated with the headlines, then we'll get to your calls. 90 seconds, no commercials.
From the Tell Your Time Studios, WBC-FM and HD1. It's not just the games. It's Toucher and Hardy, Zolak and Bertrand, Felger and Maz, Joe Murray. For Boston sports fans, it's 98.5, the Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group Station. Sports Hub headlines. Presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
Red Sox play their final game before the All-Star break today at 1:35 against the Tampa Bay Rays. Brian Bayo on the mound against Ryan Pepio. Boston lineup today: Jarren Duran leading off left field, Alex Bregman third base, Roman Anthony right field, Masataka Yoshida your DH, Trevor Story at shortstop, Ceddanne Raphael on center, Marcelo Meyer at second base, Romy Gonzalez at first, Connor Wong, your catcher, batting ninth. Sox going for their 10th straight win, coming off a win on Saturday. Garrett Crochet, complete game shutout. First complete game of his career. He pulled out of the All-Star game, by the way. Major League Baseball draft takes place today and tomorrow. First round today. Red Sox picking 15th overall. Summer League action. Celtics take on the Knicks today at 5:30. You catch that on NBC Sports Boston. Revs last night a 0-0 draw against Austin FC. And in NFL news, Browns rookie running back Quinshon Judkins arrested Saturday night in Fort Lauderdale, charged with misdemeanor battery and domestic violence. Sports Hub headlines brought to you by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning. With over 50 trucks on the road, because your clogged drain is their emergency. Go to johnsewer.com. I'm Matt Dolloff on 98.5 The Sports Hub, Boston's home for sports. Thanks for listening to Sports Hub Headlines.
Start your day.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Work through your day.
What's that thing we do at the end of the show?
And end your day.
I'm not giving you an opinion. I don't know.
Right here. 98.5 The Sports Hub. No matter what team, no matter what player, no matter what coach, no matter what game, it all happens here. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Final hour here, Barth and Dolloff. We are going to get into some Patriots stuff. You want to join us, 617-779-0985. But I do want to get to these calls. We will start with Pat in Franklin. Pat.
I missed a little bit of the beginning of your call with memorable sports calls, but you're missing the horse racing.
We actually did talk about horse racing very briefly because the Vikings.
Oh, you did?
So
I'm a little older than you, so I went to the Belmont Stakes in 2004 when Smarty Jones almost won. Google that call by Durkin. Everybody was so depressed when he lost. And then just last year, the Horse of the Year was a female, Torpedo Ann, and the Travers. An amazing call. So that's just one you want to add to your list. And during the Sosa-McGuire big year when they were both battling it out, I was in Philly for a game. Sosa hit a ball that was coming right at me. I missed it by 3 feet. It would have been number 64 or 5. If I was another 3 inches taller, I might have caught that ball. Crazy.
Thanks for the call, Pat. The one who caught McGuire's record breaker was a kid who was on the grounds crew. He just gave it back to him.
The one that went like 300 feet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is objectively kind of funny, but he could have asked at least for a bat, a jersey, something he could have sold. He just gave Mr. McGuire, I believe I have something that belongs to you. So shout out to that guy. Gets it. Left some money on the table.
It's all for love of the game.
Got what the moment was about. Absolutely. I will say I'm not familiar with horse racing calls. I'm not a big horse racing guy.
That must have been that he was going for the Triple Crown that year,
like
right?
that. Yeah.
Just barely missed it. I mean, it's always like there's an inherent drama to the Kentucky Derby.
Oh, Jeff has it. That was quick. Let's go, Jeff.
Turn, and it's Smarty Jones. He lets it out a notch to lead by a length and a half. Birdstone is coming up on the outside. Rockhard 10 is toiling. He's now 3 lengths behind. They're coming to the top of the stretch. Smarty Jones is a 4-length lead. Birdstone is moving to be second on the outside. Rockhard 10 is back to third, and Smarty Jones enters the stretch to the roar of 120,000. But Birdstone is going to make him earn it today. The whip is out on Smarty Jones. It's been 26 years. It's just one furlong away. Birdstone is an upside threat. They're coming down to the finish. Can Smarty Jones hold on? Here comes Birdstone. Birdstone surges past. Birdstone wins the Belmont Stakes. Smarty Jones was valiant but vanquished, finishing second. Royal Assault came on to be third. And so this Triple Crown remains vacated for 26 long years, and this magical Triple Crown trail of Smarty Jones comes to a disheartening end in the final strides of the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, that's fine.
What an absolute gag.
Honestly,
Smarty Jones.
The best part of that is the crowd booing a horse.
Oh,
like they're booing there, right? I'm not just hearing that.
I was half expecting like a Glue Factory reference or something.
This was back when I was heavy into horse racing.
Yeah.
My manager at the time owned horse races, so he got me really into it. I was at Rockingham Park watching this with people. Oh boy, people were so mad.
But like booing a horse is objectively hilarious.
Crazy.
It's a horse.
What a choker, though. You got a
big time choke.
One of the all-time
I do
chokes.
actually vaguely remember that now. My favorite part of that clip, though, is them. But like the horse doesn't know. Boo, boo, shame on you, horse.
They feel emotions, I think.
I guess. Oh, I know they're alive, but like they don't know what the race is.
There's like, all I know is this guy's whipping me. I got to go fast.
Right,
That's all I know.
exactly. They don't know what booing is. They're just booing the horse. I forgot that there was a horse that got that close to the Triple Crown. Let's go to Nick in Worcester on All-Star Games. Nick.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
First of all, booing a horse, objectively hilarious. Couldn't agree more.
Thank you.
Secondly, with mentioning how important the Red Sox All-Star Game is, or Fenway All-Star Game is around here, I think it should be mandatory for everything except the Pro Bowl. Every stadium gets a game once every 50 years because of how important it can be to every community. You can give it to Atlanta or Miami or LA disproportionately more, but let the communities have those important days. Also, I feel like it's been forever since the Celtics have hosted a game. I feel like the Celtics deserve an All-Star game, and then it might have done wonders for certain hockey markets, Arizona, if they had an All-Star game there.
Thanks for the call, Nick. I believe there was some reporting a few years ago that the Red Sox were like close to landing another All-Star game. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I thought didn't the Celtics make a bid too?
And the Celtics are supposedly going to get one soon. The NHL wasn't 4 nations, essentially us getting an All-Star game.
I think that's almost kind of like a quid pro quo.
That kind of counts, right? Which
yeah.
I will take. I was at that. You were there too, actually.
Yeah, that was great.
Me too.
I will gladly take that over an All-Star game. Gladly give us that. I don't need any NHL All-Star games here. I'll take 4 nations when that comes around again.
Absolutely. Yeah, like it felt like there was actually something at stake. All-Star game there.
So the All-Star game, there was a report in 2022 that it would be here in either 25 or 27. It's not here this week, is it? Let me double check that. So maybe 2027 would be the next chance. They need to have another one here. It's a shame that it's been this long. It shouldn't be this long, and they can't let it go this long again.
And you think about that was pre-Fenway Sports Group. Like the amount of upgrades
Henry
they've
bought
made.
team in 2020, right? In 2000, right?
Fenway was frankly a dump back then, but it was still known as this iconic ballpark. Think about all the upgrades they made and how much nicer it is now. Like that, it's actually better equipped for an All-Star game now, even though it's been 26 years or whatever.
So the rumor right now, they're scheduled out officially. This year will be in Atlanta. Next year will be in Philly. The rumor, from what I can see, is that it's expected to be Chicago, Wrigley Field in 2027. Wrigley Field and Fenway back-to-back would make some sense.
Is there some kind of 100th anniversary thing going on there? Maybe.
2029 would be the 20th anniversary of the 99 game. It's got to happen soon. It's got to come soon.
Yeah, they'll get one more, and I don't know how much longer Fenway's gonna. I know they've been saying that we could make Fenway last another 50 years, but I don't know. That thing has got to become just a museum at some point, right?
I don't know. It still works. And where are you going
to stand forever?
Well, now we can get into the whole other thing that we've been talking about with the Celtics. That all right, if the Red Sox move, where are they moving? Where are you building another stadium? Are they going to? So the one in Atlanta, I've been to, is nice, but it's 30 minutes outside the city. Yeah. It really is a Patriot Gillette Stadium setup. They have their own Patriots Place plaza and everything.
As much as I love the seaport and how cool that would be, I feel like that's a logistics traffic
you can't fit in
nightmare.
There. I mean, we just did this with the Celtics.
Well, I think you could fit it. I just think getting in and out of there would be an absolute disaster.
You got to factor that in.
Yeah.
Especially, it's not like it's 2 or 3 nights a week. You're talking about 80-something games a year.
Yeah.
The traffic's going to kind of have to be built around this. So I'm going to be there for a little bit just because where else are they going to go?
Right.
Because they're not going to tear it down and put a new ballpark there. It will become, like you said, a museum.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's nowhere in the middle of the city.
No.
You're gonna have to go almost.
No,
to
you'd have to put them in a suburb.
Yeah.
Do you build a complex with Gillette like they have in some other cities?
No, they build a complex with Encore. That beauty.
Wasn't that where the soccer stadium's going?
Supposedly.
So they say. Right?
I don't know. Call the mayor's office.
I will say, Gillette banged it. I think they had 40. It was a little over 40,000 for the Messi game, and it was one half of the 300s was closed. Everything else was filled. That was an awesome environment. That was a really cool environment to be at. Really cool game to be at. And I mean, it's a good environment down there. You know, they put on a show. Those fans are passionate. Revs fans are very. I mean, they let you know.
The World Cup will be fun.
So I'm looking forward to the World Cup.
I mean, that might be a traffic nightmare too. But
that's gonna be a disaster.
Maybe we could get some media passes. That'll help.
So I was going to say, are you going to go? And if you go, are you going to go as media, or are you going to try to like go to a game and like experience it as a fan?
I would love to just go to a game. That's actually on my bucket list, but not here. I want to go to like a European stadium and watch it.
Okay, I get
soak that in. That's on my sports bucket list. Might be at the top of the list.
I'd cover it. I'd cover the World Cup. I'd like to go as a fan, but it'd be cool to cover. I don't know soccer that well. I feel like I'd be taking up space.
Oh yeah,
like.
I'd have to do homework as well.
You know, if I saw somebody like didn't really know football taking up space at the Super Bowl, I'd be like, come on now. Right.
No,
or just like
that's
local media or whatever. Right, exactly. So like, but that's going to be really cool. And there'll be grass back on the field at Gillette, which will be nice.
Yeah. It'll be a nice little throwback.
Yeah.
Of some
Hopefully, I hope they keep it.
No, I'm not getting my hopes up for that.
No. I football should be played on grass. That's just because it's safer. Like all the numbers point to more knee injuries. That doesn't mean, and let me be clear, because when I do this rant, people send me clips of players getting injured on turf and say, or on grass, say, I thought grass is safer. It doesn't drop the number to 0. The injury rate is just lower.
Oh, there's just one person out of 300 million people.
So
I guess that ruins your argument.
Relax.
Isn't it just a money thing? Like, upkeeping grass is just way, way more.
But I don't think it is anymore. I think it's closer. It's gotten closer because the technology of the grass has gotten better, the way you grow it. And then the turf's also higher tech, so it's more expensive to maintain. There's also just like a natural, it just looks better with grass. It looks better with grass. I will, and you know what? Here's the other thing. If the players want it, this is something I will be on the player side with. If you're team turf, you're with the owners. You're with the league. You're with Goodell.
With the billionaires.
Right. I'll gladly go team grass on that one. At least training camp practices are on grass.
Right. They practice on grass. That's
practice on grass.
That's another case.
We will be seeing them practice on grass coming up very soon. Patriots training camp begins a week from Wednesday. Let's share some early thoughts. We were talking about this out in the hall. We both do a lot of football for the station. You obviously do a considerable amount of hockey as well, but it's like we talk about other things. So I've been trying the last few weeks when I'm on to get into some other sports, but training camp right around the corner. We should do some football. I do want to do some football.
We have to.
Let's talk some football coming up next. It's Barth and Dolloff on the Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Curb appeal matters with your business, so make it more appealing with U.S. Pavement. From Maine to Rhode Island.
Back here on the Sports of Alex Barth, Matt Dolloff, taking up till 2 o'clock. Got Matt McCarthy coming up next to round up the afternoon. As our summer break, if it will, almost over in the sense that it's a little quieter for the Patriots this time of year, but they'll be back on the practice fields next week. Starts a week from Wednesday. Sports Hub will be down there. Sports Hub will be live during practices.
Football season before you know it, Barthy.
Week and a half away. What are you most looking forward to seeing down at Gillette this summer?
Man, that's a broad question, Barth.
We're starting broad. We'll narrow it down. I figure we'll start broad and work our way in.
Okay, so I want to, try to tamp down my own concerns as much as I can because coming out of minicamp, Barth, we were both there in the bubble on that rainy day.
Yeah.
Absolutely horrendous day for the offensive line in that day. You could also say it was a great day for the defensive front. I think their defensive front is going to be really, really good, Barth. I think they're going to get after the quarterback really well. Really good pass rush anyway. But I'm just wondering about the offensive line, and are they going to be improved enough to really take the step forward that we really want to see out of Drake May and these receivers in this offense and Josh McDaniels and all those guys? Mike Vrabel did say, it might have been before that very practice, where it's hard to judge the offensive line.
So I think we have it here. Do you want to play it?
Sure, yeah.
Jeff, if you have that queued up, this was Mike Vrabel it was either one of the last OTAs practice or minicamp when asked about how the left guard battle was progressing so far in those non-padded practices.
Well, we'll be able to evaluate, I think, the linemen once we get to training camp. So moving a lot of guys through there, but really we'll have to make a lot of those decisions and determinations once we get to training camp and there's pads and start stacking some days together. This is purely a passing camp, and so I don't know if you get a full evaluation without shoulder pads on as an offensive lineman.
So basically, good or bad, don't put a lot of stock into the offensive line until the pads come on.
Exactly, right? But again, we got to do the show today.
Sure.
And so that day, I came out of it very, very nervous about how the offensive line is going to look. I get it. You got to wait until the pads go on to really get a true evaluation of it. It's just you talk about passing camps, pass protection is part of passing, is it not?
Well, so this is where it's tough to evaluate from where we were. Are they getting beat because they're not really allowed to hit and the defensive linemen are just running around them? Or are they getting beat because Drake May's not setting the protection right, or guys are not understanding their assignments correctly and are ending up out of position? There were a couple, not in that practice specifically, but over the course of the spring, there were a couple instances where there were definitely would-be sacks because the protection wasn't set right. And you had free rushers coming. And even one of Drake May's interceptions was Jabril Peppers came through unblocked, and he just kind of blindly threw it to get rid of it, and it was picked off. There were also sacks that were just, if the offensive lineman could have hit him, he probably wouldn't have gotten back there. So I think you saw a little bit of both, but in the non-padded practices, that's, to me, what you're looking for. It's not, Will Campbell got beat by Keon White on an inside move. I don't really care for Will Campbell or Keon White in that situation, what they did, because it's not real football. Versus, Will Campbell and we'll say Cole Strange right at left guard. Will Campbell and Cole Strange both blocked the end, and the center came out and started blocking to the right, so that left nobody on the tackle, and there was a huge gap there. That's an issue, and that's something that can be evaluated in that setting.
Sure, and that's probably why maybe he's not as concerned as other people watching, like us watching from the sidelines are. I feel like there hasn't been as much of that. There hasn't been a lot of free rushers coming in. I feel like that last day, was guys just getting beat, like a guy like Garrett Bradbury, who's never been a great pass protector. I'm worried about him in the short term. I know maybe he's sort of a true stopgap. They're gonna try to get Jared Wilson ready, the rookie 3rd round pick, as quickly as possible. But Garrett Bradbury's the guy in the meantime. I just feel like guys are just getting beat physically, and I feel like a part of that is the defense playing aggressively that one gap style. But at the same time, I just wonder, is this how the line is going to look when they face a good pass rush? And they're going to have that. There's going to be tests early on in the season. Yep. That Steelers game is a big test for them.
Max Crosby, week 1.
Max Crosby, week 1 is going to be an interesting one. But you mentioned Will Campbell. Ironically, throughout all this, Will Campbell, I think, has looked pretty good. He's been a guy where I feel like he is picking up the protections. That was, sort of the book on him coming to the draft, that he's a good combo block guy. He's a smart player. He's not going to, you're not going to really outsmart him that much. It's more of a physical thing as far as the concerns with him. But he's looked solid. He's looked like a guy like he sort of belongs. And again, it's also too early to tell in any way, shape, or form with the no pads. But yeah, like that's a long way of saying, once we get to training camp, obviously you're waiting for the pads to come on in general. But I really want to see how this line looks with full pads going up against the defense and see how they hold up.
Well, but see, that's why I think people are going to be frustrated and disappointed early on. Because I think we're going to have the first day of camp, and we're going to get a million questions. Is Will Campbell the guy or not? We're not going to know until we'll have our first real evaluation of him like a week into padded practices. That's when I'll be comfortable saying, yeah, I like where he's at, or he might not be as far along as I thought. But I think people have to be ready that you just can't. Last year, before the pads came on, the offensive line looked okay. And then the pads came on, and that's when it became clear that they weren't. So good or bad, I know we have to do a show today, and I'm sure I'll be on with Felger and Mazur, whoever, at some point early in camp will ask me about it. My take today is it's too early to say, and that needs to be the take. Good or Will Campbell could come out and people could rave, right? Because there's fans who are there and they'll have their takeaways. People calling, well, I thought Will Campbell looked really good today. I thought he looked great. I'm not going to take the bait on that either in the non-padded practices. And people need to be ready for the long game there. And really into the preseason games. Well, I mean, you asked in the pre-show rundown, can fans be patient? The answer is absolutely not. They're not going to be patient. We're going to get, it might even be preseason. You get one possession where Will Campbell gives up a sack. Well, that's it. Move him to guard. Season's over. Like, patience, absolutely not. But another one you asked is, are they going to be disappointed? And to me, that's all based on your expectation level. Well, so I think people are going to be disappointed by the lack of a definitive answer. Lack of a definitive answer for sure. Yeah. But I think if you're going into this like thinking everything's fixed, they've solved the problem of the offensive line, you're setting yourself up for disappointment. You just got to temper your expectations and hope that they can be serviceable and, buy Drake May a good 2-3 seconds to drop back, find an open guy, and throw him the ball. Like, you just don't want Drake May running for his life like he was last year. And where I actually do feel good about the tackle spots there. I think Morgan Moses, they're in good shape. As long as he holds up, he can be solid, and Will Campbell looks good so far. We'll see. The long way to go. Full pads, all that. Really more of an interior thing as far as the concerns, but you just got to hope that they can hold up long enough to, make this offense sort of, function. Because they haven't been functional for 2-3 years now on the O-line, and so that's why it's going to be one of the top things to watch. I remember going back to a conversation I had with Jake, one of our producers here, where he was like, and this was right after the draft, and so the roster had kind of been set. I think it was maybe during spring practices. So what do you think of their offensive line this year? I think they're in much better shape than last year. Oh, wow, so you really think they're going to be good? No, I think they're in better shape than they were last year. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. I said this all year last year. I don't think people fully comprehended how bad that line was. Their pressure rate combined between Brissett and May, so for the full season, and Joe Milton at the end, 40.7%. Highest in the league, one of the highest in the next-gen stats era. Think about that. Just about every other time the quarterback was dropping back to pass, he had somebody in his face. He had somebody altering his ability, rushing his timeline, changing his ability to maybe fully step into the throw or get it off or whatever. It was historically bad. What I would consider a pretty solid success this year is if that line is average. If they can get that thing to league average, I'll feel great. And they'll still have a way to go. I'm saying for this year, because they were not going to rebuild this offensive line the way it needed rebuilt in just one offseason. That was never going to happen. It was never realistic. If they can get this thing to league average, I'll be pretty happy with where they're at. To your point, they just need to be better. And I think they're going to be better because at this time last year, we know who the tackles are going to be right now. Now, there's questions about Morgan Moses with his age. Will Campbell's a rookie. There's inherently questions that come with that. But we know at this time last year, it was, is it Chooks at left and Vidarian Lowe at right? Do you switch those? Is it, is Cade Wallace going to get run? Well, are they going to try to move him to left? And how long is it going to take him to develop? DeMontre Jacobs, who started most of their games at right tackle, was a Denver Bronco at this time last year. So it is leaps and bounds better than it was at this time a year ago, but that doesn't mean they don't have work to do. Again, you feel relatively good about the tackle spots. There's inherent questions, but both those guys you think can be solid starters. I feel fine about Michael Onwenu at right guard. We know he's a pro. Center, there's a position battle between Bradbury and Wilson. I'd like Wilson to come out and really try to win that job early. And Mike Reese wrote this morning, he's kind of dealing with a little bit of an injury, but and then left guard's wide open. So there's still questions, but they're in a better place than they were a year ago.
Oh, they're definitely in a better place because of all the things you just laid out. But here's another adjective I'm looking for, Barth.
Yeah.
Competent. They weren't even competent last year. They weren't set. They couldn't set the right protections. Guys playing out of position. Guys running the wrong way. Like you didn't know who could play left tackle, right tackle, like you were saying. Like they couldn't even get to a level of competence. Can they at least get to a level of competence where like they know what to do? We don't know if they're going to execute perfectly because of the questionable talent level, but can they at least know what to do? And you got to feel confident that they can at least get to that because they have Doug Marrone coaching the offensive line. Like, long-time veteran, accomplished offensive line coach. Doug Marrone, say what you want about him as a head coach or whatever, but O-line, I trust him. Josh McDaniels, I trust him to be able to teach Drake May enough to be able to set the right protections himself up front. And I know there's going to be responsibility on him and on the center. So, like, there's Garrett Bradbury's going to have some of that responsibility too. But can they at least get up to the line, get pre-snap, and everybody's on the same page, and we know what we have to do? We don't know if they're actually going to do it or whether they're going to get beat or not, but they got to at least get to the point that they know what to do. These guys last year, not only were they low in terms of talent, they rarely even like knew what to do, not as a unit anyway. So like that's going to be something that we're going to have to watch for at camp is whether they're just on the same page.
And that you can watch for without the pads. That you can just see in walkthroughs and things like that. So that we'll be able to tell. One more full segment coming up. It's Barth and Dolloff on the Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Hey, it's Zoe, and if you've got mold or funky odors creeping around your home or office, don't mess around. Call my guys at Green Home Solutions. They'll restore your air quality safely, and that means healthier air for your kids, your pets, and grandma too. Visit greenhomesolutions.com/Boston to book your free consultation today and tell them Zoe sent you.
As much as I'd love to be, I'm the furthest thing from being a car guy. I feel like every time I take my car to the shop, be it for routine maintenance or repair, I feel like I'm at a disadvantage. That is until I went to Meineke. See, Meineke is doing car care right. Meineke is total car care. Engines, brakes, tires.
Alex Barth, Matt Dolloff with you on the Sports Hub. Grab a couple of your calls here. We've got Matt McCarthy coming in next. He's all fired up. He's got big-time takes coming for you guys at 2 o'clock, just so you know. Let's go to Paul in Danvers, who's been hanging on. Paul.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey.
Good. Hey. First, thank you for sprinkling in a little Bruins talk. I appreciate that.
Sure.
But I'm 58, and back in the day, we would turn the volume down, turn our transistor radios up, and listen to the Celtics. Havlicek stole the ball. Havlicek stole the ball! Havlicek stole the ball! Thank you, guys.
No problem. That's another great one. As Matt McCarthy was saying when he was in here before the break, it's July 13th. We'll do best play-by. You want to call into Matt after we're done. Your favorite play-by-play call of all time.
Give him a little crossover.
Give him a little crossover. I apologize if I mispronounced this. Sarko in Malden? Sarko?
Oh, hey. I'm sorry. I'm signing this off. How you doing, brother? How you doing?
Hey, how we doing?
Alex, right? Is this Alex?
Yes.
All right. Is it okay if I call you Barty?
That's fine.
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
All right. How you doing, Barty, man? Listen, Joe's my man. He's mad cool, man. You know what I mean? And Skaz, how you doing, brother?
Skaz
there?
No Skaz there. We got Jeff Williams behind the
there's
glass.
no Skaz in? Okay. I thought Skaz was there for some reason. You know what? It's the vacuum. I'm at the office and, get the option to, finish up on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. So, so we're here. We're trying to finish up. Decided to come today. But you did a great job. I remember, I think it was on a Felger and Maz show.
Yep.
When they were just throwing out random names to you of
yes, before
athletes,
the draft. Yep.
And oh my God, and you were just nailing them all one by one. I was like, wow. You know what I'm saying? I was like, that's incredible. And
Thank you.
I listen to you and I watch you, like I've seen you on the show, and I was like, wow, that is amazing. It's like, it didn't matter who they threw at you. I didn't think you got one wrong. Did you get one wrong?
I think I got 70% right. I missed a couple.
Well, it doesn't matter with 70%. Jesus, it was throwing guys out of who knows, big buck two or whatever. You know what I mean? It was amazing, and I was listening to it. And I was like, wow. And since you're on the show today and you're covering for Joe, I was like, I have to call in and just give you the props for that, brother. You know what I mean?
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for the call. Sorry, the subject line said soccer. I don't know if I missed something in there, but
Joe.
No, that's what he said. He said he wanted to talk soccer with you.
All right.
Joe is usually here.
Yeah, this is. I'm doing this show with Joe next week. So
there you go.
Joe will be back next week. Skaz, I don't think Skaz works weekends anymore. Well, he works Pats games, but we got Jeff today who's been killing it. You had one more Patriots take you wanted to give before we got out of here.
Oh, was it a specific Patriots take?
About the you'd said during the break we were going to talk about Drake May.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, well, Drake May. What are we looking for at Drake May at camp?
Yeah.
That's basically the question.
And are you willing to be patient with him?
I am willing to be patient.
That.
Yes, I'm willing to be patient with Drake May because I don't expect him to be fully formed. Week 1, year 2, new offensive coordinator, that whole thing. I hope to see some growth, and the way I'm hoping to see some growth is just, can he run a drive? Can he lead a drive? Can he just make good decisions and march them down the field? We know he can make big plays. We know he's got the big arm. We know he's got the mobility. I've been saying this, ever since they drafted him, really. We know about the physical talent. I need to see that he can actually engineer drives because that's what's going to take him to the next level. You can't get by on just physical talent. I know people get all excited about Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen on their physical talent, but they didn't reach that next level just by running around. They reached that next level by becoming more efficient, by making better decisions, that whole thing. And I know that's not exciting. That's a kind of a boring thing to talk about, but that's what you got to look for with Drake May. And then it might be tough to see in training camp, but they do especially when they get the pads on, they do those team drills. They do a 2-minute thing. Can he march them down the field? And can he make good decisions? Just take the easy pass, get the drive started, just move the sticks, that sort of thing. I don't want to see him just chucking the ball down the field going for big plays. That's what I'm hoping to not see. I'm hoping to see that he can make good, smart decisions and lead drives down the field.
So when we talked before about the offensive line, and I said I'm going to be patient, there might not be answers right away. I understand that, all that stuff, and I stand by that with the offensive line. When it comes to Drake May, I kind of want to see it from the beginning. And especially when it comes to decision-making and turnovers. That stuff, padded, non-padded, joint practices, preseason, whatever, decision-making carries across all levels. And you mentioned the 2-minute drill, and I know you've talked about you didn't win too many games late last year. Like, that is a heightened situation. That's where you really want to see him step up. I'm with you on that. I think he's got to come in. I think we'll know kind of early. Now, maybe it's not the biggest jump a quarterback's ever taken in year two, but I think we'll know right away, like, okay, he took a step forward. This is going to be a year two leap ready to go, or it's going to be a slower process. He's having some trouble adjusting to Josh McDaniels' offense, things like that.
Yeah, no, the turnover thing is something I would love to see out of the gate. Like, can he cut back significantly on the turnovers, and especially the bad decisions that lead to turnovers? And, like, you might see that in, like, sort of the nondescript moments, like, does he just roll out and throw the ball away?
Right.
Instead of trying to force it into traffic, and which would be an interception in a lot of cases. Like, we might see those little moments like that. I would love to see stuff like that. We might have to wait till week one before we really get an idea of that, though, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be tough to figure that out in camp, especially in the non-padded practice, 7-on-7. Like, it's going to be hard to read on plays like that. I know there's going to be days we're coming out of it excited because Drake May is going to make a handful of big throws.
We'll do the usual roller coaster of camp, right? We'll do there'll be the one practice where we'll talk about it as like a seminal moment in Patriots history because he carved up the defense. There'll be another practice where he completes like 50% of his passes with an interception, and the sky will be falling, and people will be calling for Josh Dobbs and ruining the Joe Milton trade. Like, we'll do the full roller coaster of training camp. I don't doubt that.
Can I give you one more name that people need to be patient with?
Yes.
Kyle Williams.
Okay.
Rookie receiver.
This
is a guy you can't panic if he comes out week one and he doesn't get, 7 catches for 120 yards and 2 touchdowns.
So you're not just talking patient in training camp, you're talking patient for the season. Or do you mean week one of the preseason?
Even for the season. Like, even the regular season, like, if he doesn't have to hit the ground running or else he's a bust. Like, you can take a little time to develop. Like, the comparison I want to make, not that it's exactly the same kind of player, but the same kind of, like, situation profile. That whole thing is Jalen McMillan, the Tampa Bay Bucks receiver, drafted on day 2, 3rd or 4th round.
Kind of similar player, speed guy.
Yep, and he didn't do much at all in the first half of the year, but then second half of the year, all of a sudden he started to play more and he started to take off. And, like, I don't know that we're going to get anything close to that out of Kyle Williams. I don't know if the Patriots have figured out their drafting woes at the position. Like, odds are that he's not going to be anything based on their track record drafting at the position, but you can't expect him to be, out of the gate hitting the ground running. Like, you got to be patient with him.
And on the flip side, you know who had, and I've used this term very relatively, solid start last year? Jalen Polk. Jalen Polk caught 12 passes all of last season. 10 of those were in the first 6 weeks. And I remember the take at the time was, and I stand by this because you watched the tape. He was getting open. He was finding separation. It was, well, the quarterback situation's not there. They can't get him the ball because they're still figuring out the line. The quarterback doesn't have time. Jacoby Brissett was struggling. Once the quarterback, and then he got the better quarterback, and it was like, oh, well, all those times he was open, well, now he's just dropping the ball, right? So I think the rookie season is very indicative for wide receivers. I don't think like the first month is indicative of the season. The season can be indicative of the career, though. But you can come on strong late in your rookie year. Totally.
Yeah. And Jalen Polk's another guy I'm not giving up on. I know people are quick to give up on him because it was such a disaster.
He's got to be healthy, though. He has to be healthy to get a spot on this team. He's not going to get a roster spot if he's still rehabbing that shoulder injury.
Sure. No, assuming he's healthy. He's healthy and ready to play. Like, this is a guy that knows how to play wide receiver. Like, I don't want to compare him to N'Keal Harry, who was barely a wide receiver at all, let alone an NFL one. And Tyquan Thornton didn't have the build to really hold up as an NFL wide receiver. And is he still on the Chiefs? I don't know where he is now.
Yeah, so the Chiefs are doing the Tyquan Thornton experience. All their reporters in the non-padded practice, like, they might have something in Tyquan Thornton. This guy's killing it. He's getting open. We've seen that movie here. We know how that goes.
Right. Jalen Polk, rather.
Yeah.
With his route running, and he's confident. He might have been overconfident last year with the things he was saying. But, like, I think this is a guy that sort of knows his way around the football field. And I think you give him another year with a full season with Drake May. You put him in a better coordinated offense with Josh McDaniels. I don't know I don't have much confidence in Todd Downing, their receivers coach, to really get the most out of him because he's never been a receivers coach before, so that's a concern. But Polk's a guy that he's going to be one of the top guys to watch because of how bad it was last year, and not only can he bounce back, but can he become like a second-round pick? He's probably not going to live up to that stock, but can he be a complimentary guy? Like, I think he still has a chance to do that.
So Kyle Williams we're being patient with. The offensive line we're being patient with. Drake May we might know a little bit sooner. I have another guy I think we'll know kind of right away what the deal is. Steph Diggs. He was moving incredibly well in the spring. Was talked about a lot. You know, that week 1 return feels like it might be in play. It's now been month and a half since we've seen him. That is significantly more time for that rehab. I think we'll know pretty quickly whether or not he's in the cards for week 1. I think we'll have an idea relatively quickly, not just with how well he's moving and how involved he is, because he was still a little limited in the spring. He wasn't doing full speed team drills, but like if he's out there, right? All right, first day of practice, offense, defense, ones versus ones, first period, he's out there for all of it. That's a guy that's probably healthy. That's a guy that's probably good to go. If they're still holding him back a little bit, okay, maybe we need to pump the brakes a little bit on week 1. Maybe we're talking more about week 4. Although that's kind of been the dichotomy of how it's been talked about. Do you think there's a chance, because I'm kind of coming more around to this thing, do you think there's a chance that he makes the 53 and then is maybe just doesn't dress week 1 or week 2 so that they still get him as early as possible even if he can't play week 1?
That's a scenario that I could see. Because, I was going to say,
it's going to frustrate fans, but I could see it.
Oh, yeah. That's another thing. It's going to be hard to be patient about. I want to see Diggs. I get it. But I'm at the point that, he seems like he's got it. I'd be shocked if he's not ready for week 1. But not ready for week 1, I would interpret that as he has to go on the PUP list or IR to start this. I just don't see that coming, assuming no setbacks or anything like that. But I could see him being on the 53-man roster, not on IR or anything like that, but he just has to be inactive for a week or two, get him fully up to speed and all that stuff. It's another thing that we're going to have to see what his participation level is at training camp, because even at mandatory mini camp, he was really just sort of starting to sprinkle into those team drills. And so we'll see about the participation level, but I wouldn't be surprised if he has to miss a week or 2 to start the season, even though he's healthy. I'd be shocked if he has to go on IR or anything like that.
Yeah, if they can avoid that, I think that's a win. And I'd eat that roster spot for the first couple weeks if that means you get him earlier rather than later. Look, week 5 against the Bills, that times out perfectly. He's not missing that game. That's going to be his first game back in Buffalo. When Houston played the Bills last year, it was in Houston. He's playing that one. I'd be surprised, unless he gets, obviously hurt again. But it's going to be interesting to see. The hype train is. Remember how big the hype train was for him, even after the video on the boat. How big the hype train was for him there at the end of the spring, and the way he was moving. If he's full go at the start of camp, it's going to be, wheels off.
Oh yeah. Get ready. Get out of the way. The train's coming. If he's there, full participant day 1. So that's going to be one of the things that's top of the list once we get there on that first day. The question is what if he's limited again? If he's still not really participating in the team drills?
Then I think it's pumping the brakes and okay. Then I think that question becomes, and it'll crystallize more later in camp. And look, maybe he's limited for the first week of camp and then he's full go by the time the preseason starts. That's totally possible too. But if we get, past call it the second preseason game and he's still limited, now the conversation becomes, do you essentially eat a roster spot for the first 2 weeks so you get Diggs available 2 weeks earlier than you would otherwise, or do you put him on PUP to start the season so he misses the 4 games no matter what, even if you think he'd be able to play week 3 or 4?
Right, and that's all part of the calculus. But this is the situation they put themselves in with the leading up to this, the last few years being unable to draft and develop receivers, not being able to bring in an impact guy any other way.
No, DK Metcalf would be playing week 1.
Right, yeah, Diggs, this was a move that just had to be made, and he has to be the guy. He's the key to the whole thing as far as that position group and Drake May's weapons overall. You take Diggs out of the equation, they're not nearly good enough. You put Diggs in there, and he's close to the same guy that he usually is. It seems like he'll be close based on how he's moving. You get something close to the Diggs that we've been used to seeing with the Bills and even the Texans last year, Like, if Drake May's taking a step forward and he's playing his best football and he's not turning it over and he's making plays, he should be able to make it work with Diggs and then any number of receivers, whatever you want to rank the receivers after that. Hunter Henry, he's got a couple good running backs, and hopefully you get a serviceable offensive. Like, that should be enough for Drake May. But if you got it depends on whether Diggs is in the equation or not. If he's not there, then it's gonna make a huge difference, obviously.
All right, we'll wrap the show up next. It's Barth and Dolloff on the Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
So that begs the question, Matt McCarthy, what do you have coming up 2 to 5?
Who's to say? We'll find out for the next 3 hours.
You can talk about, I will remind you, the Home Run Derby is tomorrow.
Yep.
One of the great events on the baseball calendar.
I do like the Home Run Derby.
Okay, so hang on.
Nobody likes the Home Run Derby as much as you, though, Barth.
So this was the thing, because we were talking about this. You and Felger, came after me last year.
No, that was
for liking the Home Run Derby.
Don't be that person.
I remember.
Don't be that person who loops me in. Oh, you're just Mike Felger. You're just Mike
No, because
Felger.
I specifically remember it being said to me, that's such a you thing to like the Home Run Derby. And I don't think Felger doesn't know me well enough to say that.
Well, I mean, it is such a you thing to like the Home Run Derby, to be super passionate about it. I like it. You love it. And that's what I'm saying. I am actually Team Barth on the Home Run Derby. I enjoy the Home Run Derby. I like baseball. I like the All-Star game. I still like this thing. So you don't have to sell me on it. You have to sell the rest of the world on it.
Well, I will admit, and we talked about this, the Derby used to be better. They've ruined it with the clock. I don't like the clock.
Okay, so the clock is a little bit gimmicky. It does not work for my ADD because it's like I've got too many balls flying all over the place. I can't have that. But it was a ridiculous format before because the Home Run Derby should be about a 90-minute event.
It's a Monday night in July. What else are you doing?
Not watching the Home Run Derby for 4 hours because that's what it became.
Then started earlier.
We can't go back to that. Are we seriously gonna?
Okay. I'll take less outs. I'll take less outs.
3 outs.
3
outs.
5
outs. Fine.
Because you're right. They show you don't get to actually watch the ball go because he's already swinging again.
Yeah.
There was something about. Again, I keep going back to Josh Hamilton and Bobby Abreu and just. Is it ever going to stop? It's home run after home run after home run.
That's the problem. You keep going back to Bobby Abreu. Is it ever going to stop?
I'm with McCarthy on this one. 2 hours tops.
Yeah,
can't be going all night with this.
2 hours is the perfect Home Run Derby format. But you're right, Barth. I want to watch the guy swing and I want to watch the ball go. I can't watch. It's not good for me. Well, how far did that one go? Oh, wait, he's already swung 3 times since. The timed format, it works in the sense that it makes the event a 2-hour event, which is what it needs to be. But we got to 4 participants. That's it. I don't need 8 participants. Give me the 4 best home run hitters in baseball. Give me 5 outs. There you go.
So
that's
how about
a 2-hour
this?
event.
8, the best home run hitter from each division.
No, out divisions.
All right, that's fair.
Divisions. What is this?
I think 8's fine.
Barth?
8's fine. Just go with less outs.
What if you first round 3 outs?
Yeah, first round 3 outs.
I would rather do fewer outs later. Be clutch. All right, this is for all the marbles. You only get 3 outs, not 5.
I don't need Sean Green and BJ Surhoff going up there for 10 outs.
At least they got rid of the stupid bracket. That was the dumbest thing. Because the guy who hit the second most home runs in the round and be out.
Yeah,
that was the worst thing. I know what you can do.
What?
The anniversary of the 99 All-Star Game. Just a verbal retelling.
Oh, we are going to do 99 All-Star Game later on.
What did I say earlier? He's going to do an hour and a half of the 99 All-Star Game?
I'm going to take my pants off. And it's going to be I'm going to pleasure myself to the 1999 All-Star Game. It's going to be great. No, we got Ted Williams audio. We got Pedro Martinez audio. I mean, imagine what I can do, the jumping off point, to cover basically all of Pedro's career. No, we'll do that. Also, a very important question that, I'll ask you now. Is a taco a sandwich?
I don't know about a taco. Burrito legally in the state of Massachusetts is not. I know.
No, you need 2 pieces of bread.
Is a wrap a sandwich?
No.
But you get a wrap at a deli. You get a wrap. It's like if you go.
I'm gonna say no. Just had a spite to Bobby Valentine.
No. If you go to a restaurant and under sandwiches, that's where they put the wraps, right?
Sometimes they're separate now.
It says sandwiches.
Separate.
It says sandwiches and wraps.
But it's sandwich adjacent.
They're in the same
sandwich adjacent. That doesn't make it a sandwich.
Here would be my argument. A hard shell taco is not a sandwich. But if we're talking a soft shell thing, that's a wrap, which, if I check every restaurant menu out there, is a sandwich. So therefore, a soft shell taco, tortilla, sandwich.
90 minutes of the 99 All-Star Game, 90 minutes of Is a Burrito a Sandwich? Matt McCarthy coming up next. Matt Dolloff, Jeff Williams, fun as always. I'll be back on tomorrow night. We'll talk more Home Run Derby then. See ya.
It's not just the games. It's Toucher and Hardy, Zolak and Bertrand, Felger and Maz, Joe Murray. For Boston sports fans, it's 98.5, the Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group Station. Essential Sports Hub headline, presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
The Red Sox play their final game before the All-Star break today, underway. Scoreless in the second inning against the Tampa Bay Rays. Brian Bayo on